everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. We've been talking about painting King Elessar, and guess what we got? We got King Elessar here. The figure is from Neverett Studios, 3D printed. Here's another hero of Gondor. There's Boromir, Captain of the White Tower. So we'll paint him at some point. We did the foot version of Boz right here. We'll eventually get to the some fun times on him. Speaking of fun times, last night, yes, our very first Eldritch Foundry miniature Landras. Check it out. That didn't work out too shabby, right? Did not work out too shabby. So Landras, boy, that Imperial Barracks, that each of those pieces is like on average, I want to say about 11 and a half hours long, because you got some of the smaller ones, but there's a lot of big honking pieces to that thing. So great to see you again there, Landrast. Hope that you're doing great. Now, did you guys just kind of hang out there today doing stuff? I wonder, should I just use this? Oh, wait, we got this one over here. Smaller one, yeah, we'll use this guy. We'll use this guy. We're just gonna go with some very simple grays here on the base for sure. I think we're gonna go with that chestnut type horse there. All this is just Sculpey. That's all this is here. Nothing special. Just get that some kind of something on there. Also, not to try not to snap the horse off of there either. That would be less than ideal. Who'd have thought? We're just gonna spread a little bit of this something lighter stuff here. Again, we got to do this with a really light touch here. Because I think, yeah, there's only just two of the horse's legs on the base there. Might even, well, okay, well, let's see what happens with this here. Again, we're going to do like the chestnut type horse. That's what I saw in all the imagery. Let's get this. Then some of that. More of this over here. Again, just a little bit of light dry brushy stuff here. Just kind of feeling our way through it. We'll do the dark blue. Now, of course, the GW version is very different than what I see in this kind of one of those large-scale replica type figures. So I'll go with what I see on the replica type figure, because that could be fun. Which means his cloak is very much, it's actually, well, his tunic is one. Oh, I see how they did it. Okay. It's kind of, okay, I see, as in that one on horseback, he's still kind of got mostly his Aragorn stuff on, except for just some armor on top of it. Okay. Now I'm seeing it. Which means, I guess we're just going to go with some of the red there. Fine. Again, we don't want to snap anything off of here. Do this. Yeah, we'll keep rolling with that. Okay, so I see, I mean, I guess they sort of, yeah, in the official version, okay, they did have something painted there. Almost looks like the Arizona state flag on this this thing on the reins here. Which is kind of funny. I'm just going to take some of this now. I'm just going to start to adjust this over. Top couple of places there. Especially where we're looking to have some kind of armor. His face. More of this here. There we go. So Landras, I was going to try to film episode, is it 4 of the elves or 3? I think it's episode 4. Yeah, it's episode 4 of the elves this week. And it's the Highwind elves. It's not some other sneaky cheeky elf army that snuck in. Do this now. There. A little more of it down here. A little some more over there. Horses, well, there's that little bit of armor on the horse's face. It was a big day of college football. There was a bunch of games that people thought, that's not going to be much. And they turned out to be way more than people expected. They weren't just close games. There was 2 massive upsets. It's what we like to see every week. On the Wappleville Sports Network. Okay. Alright, maybe a little more over the... Oh, yeah, down on the base here. Fine. A little something there. More. That's going to be pretty much it. Then we're going to start going, I think, the deepest parts first. So let's try and get some of the reds on the robe, chestnut on the horsey. That's our first goal there. I don't think we're using that. I think take maybe this guy. Yeah, I am going to do that here. Okay, so we actually have Perline Crimson out on the palette. Yeah, we do. It's definitely more like, well, let's see, we got the Van Dyke Brown up, but that's just like a Series 1 Williamsburg. So yeah, the Perline Crimson probably more expensive than all the other colors on the palette combined. Just throwing that out there. Find more of our deep burgundy there now for the horsey. Same thing. Then we'll get the dark blue over the top of this. I mean, this is going to get hit a lot anyway by the coloration of the horse, that chestnut color of the horse. So might as well just do this red too. I think on the, what would you say, that replica version, it kind of has a bluish gray on the inside. We're not doing that here. Like I said, for the most part, it's going to keep getting hit by all of the reddish brown from the horsey, so that would not be a good use of resources like time. Time is always a wasting. More of that here. Then we'll get rid of that, and then we're gonna take some actual Van Dyke Brown. Then we're gonna mix that with our Terra Rosa. Start doing something on horsey here. If it mixes with that lighter light gray that we put down there, no big deal. That's kind of what we want. It's again, not a glaze by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a dry brush. That's all it is. Keeping things easy. Maybe a little of that on his face there. Saddle just seems to be, well, pretty much like a Van Dyke Brown. Yep, and already certainly have hit that a couple of times with the brush, so glad I went with the red on the interior of the horse's barding. So again, this is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. there's no options or anything like that. It's the horse, it's him, and I think it's actually all one. No, he's separate. That's right. I think the arm is part of the just all part of the rider. I think it's just rider one piece, then the horse. I don't think there's a third piece. Let me get a little bit more of the chestnut over there. Fine, maybe we will just throw some of it on the reins there. Oh yeah, let's not forget the ears. We always seem to forget the ears, at least initially. Hey there, Night Whisperer, how you doing? So Night Whisperer, hopefully the house stuff is still starting to work out there. I know that's gonna be a long journey. Everybody, please give Night Whisperer a follow. Night Whisperer, of course, like always, if you want to share stuff in the chat, super fabulous. Hopefully, Night Whisperer, you've still had a chance to, I don't know, I've actually had a chance to stream. Again, I know it's difficult with all the house stuff and the construction and everything going on. I'm glad that glad it's not too crazy there, Night Whisperer. So Night Whisperer, we had fun with more space. Oh, and Night Whisperer, check this out. So Eldritch Foundry, we're gonna have a whole new series of Wapelius figures. Night Whisperer, look at that. Look at that. Oh, I'm glad you. Well, lights are kind of important for painting too, right, Night Whisperer? No problem there, Landrast. Actually, Landrast, the files for that Wapelius, it's basically, well, there's three files technically. There's the him, there's the base, and then there's like the two of them together. It's got to be a Google Drive. Yeah, it does not even like one piece at a time. I think I can send the base in an email, but everything else, I mean, so I'd have to send you a Google Drive link to be able to get that. Damn, Night Whisperer, that is still one of the craziest things. And there is no way to know, right? How the heck how the heck are we supposed to know? There is no way to know until it happens. Which is that is kind of worrisome, right, Night Whisperer, that there's really no way to know that something like this is a brewing until it happens. Again, sorry you had to have to deal with all that. Nice to see you there, Recoil. Thanks for sending that. Appreciate that. Recoil, I was able to create just a generic football player. What's difficult, Recoil, is I haven't found a way, like with the book here and Wapelius. Maybe I'm just missing something. Maybe I can't find the commands, but I was able to reposition this and move it all over the place. I haven't been able to find any of the same controls to move that football around, just in his hand. So yeah, I have to. I gotta. Well, it was several days, Recoil, since I last had a chance to play around with it. So I kind of unfortunately have lost track of how to do certain things. Night Whisper, that is a very, when you think about it, right, that's just the craziest form of, small blessings right there. Hey Jackson, how you doing? So yeah, we created this with the Eldritch Foundry. I'm gonna see if I can't get this. I think it's right about here. So when I do this, oh, we almost had it. There he is. So this is using Eldritch Foundry. And again, we're going to be creating many, many more of him. One second. Okay, here we go. So, because here was the first. Well, here's the. So it was the very first Wapelius Spellbrush. Artisan Guild did that, and then Lazy Squire did this one, and we've already painted both of those many times. So we needed some new ones. And again, that's another Wapelius Spellbrush there. So great to see you there, Jackson. Well, it's still a happy Saturday here. And of course, what a Saturday of college football it was, which we cover on the Wampelville Sports Network. We'll be doing freehand on Elessar here on the horses barding, and on Elessar himself. We'll figure out something to do there. So yeah, we're just kind of cranking in some of our darkest bluish black. So kind of an indigo with a little bit of the Prussian blue. So if you want to share anything there, Night Whisper, please go ahead. Now, Night Whisper, if you had a chance to do any streaming at all, I know it's very difficult with all the different stuff going on. But Night Whisper, if you want to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff, that'd be great. And yes, this is being painted with oils like usual. What did we start? We started 15 minutes ago. Yeah, looks like it. So again, we're just trying to, again, we'll see we're letting that mix together. That lighter mid-tone dry brush we did, now that's starting to blend in with this darker dry brush. Then we'll move on to the cloak. So, okay, we got that, and the horse is barding. Now, time for the cloak here, and again, less is more. What is more? That is also way too much, right, Pikmin? How you doing? Doing some Kingdom Deaths. That's fantastic, Night Whisper. So again, Night Whisper, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And same thing there, Pikmin. I know you got all kinds of fun stuff that you're working on, so if you want to post that too, please go ahead, right, Mom? Great to see you there, Mom. We definitely need this. Almost fell asleep on stream about 4 times last night, so. Unlike last night where we did not refill, we're definitely going to be doing the refill tonight, Recoil, for sure. So thank you so much, Mom. Appreciate that. And everybody say hello to Recoil's mom. So thanks, Recoil. Appreciate you being here. Same thing there, Mom. Well, does that go all the way down there? Sort of, kind of. So everybody check out the Instagram that Pikmin just posted. So Mom, did you get the chance to see any of the new Wapelia spell brush there? And again, we've got some Book of Wapple stuff going on there. Oh yeah, we also have Book of Wapple stuff going on there. So we got all kinds of stuff. Again, you can make a base, not make a base. You can put a nameplate on there, and there are several different types of nameplates that you can put on there. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Night Whisper just posted. Also the Instagram link that Pikmin just posted. Please give Night Whisper and Pikmin a follow as well. You want to go do that. So great to see you guys. So yeah, Rico, I have no idea, where that function is for just moving the stuff like in the guy's hand. So I'll have to do a Google search on that because I don't remember. I was doing it with the book in Wapelia's Spellbrush's hand. So I know it's possible because I did it. I just don't remember how the heck I did it. Which is, that's a bit frustrating for sure. Because I remember going in there and trying to move it around. I remember ended up just kind of like leaving it where it was. I moved it around, I thought, nah. And then I just ended up leaving it where it was. But that football is dead. That's definitely got to be moved. It can't quite be in the position where they left it. Also, I have to find the controls for moving the arms forward and back. It's bizarre, Rico. I swear it's like everything is in a different place every time. I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that kind of is how it feels. Okay, so now we're getting some of our darker stuff there. We're going to try and get some of our lighter stuff on here. Take some of the, you know what, we still should grab some of our Prussian, some of our Prussian blue. Let's do that. Now remember, this here's going to be maybe lighter. than we would initially want, because guess what it's going to do? It's going to mix with what's there. Even all of this is dry brush. This is all wet into wet. So it's wet into wet dry brush. It's the wettest dry brush ever. No, that's going to have to be brown too. All right, well, we'll have to change that back. Again, I'm trying to negotiate between basically 3 different versions of the same type of figure. Well, Mom, hopefully the season's going a little bit better than it has been. It hasn't, I don't think it's been exactly stellar. There's, again, it was another big day of college football here. Maybe no top 10 teams went down, but there was a bunch of top 20s that went down to unranked teams, which means some of them lost them at home. So there's going to be some teams taking some nose dives real soon. Oh geez, I gotta send Ryan a little congratulatory message, because the Cyclones managed to beat their in-state rivals. So you can see all of a sudden that starts to take a very different tone. Well, this was set up by all the dry brushy stuff that we did beforehand, because all of this is all wet oils. It's all blending wet into wet. You've noticed I haven't gone back to refresh the brush, because I was kind of hoping that it would mix on the brush. Look at how much darker that brush is now. When we refresh this, you'll see just how much lighter it's going to be. Just go with the white. Some of the Prussian blue. A little more. Now again, they're showing almost like a bright, almost like an ultramarine blue in the one reference. I'm not going to that. We're not making it that light. Might only be a little bit lighter than that in some of the highlight areas. So I hope that it's a fabulous game there to watch, Mom. I will grab some of this. That will go up here, like so. Come on. Gotta be a little cognizant here of not snapping him right off of the base. Great to see you there, Armor Wolf. So yeah, Armored Wolf, the files, there'll have to be a Google Drive link. I think the only thing I could possibly send by email would be the base. So, and there's just, I won't even bother sending you to the third one where Wapelius is attached to the base. The only reason I had that was because if I wanted to print them, say, gigantic, like 9-10 inches tall on the bamboo or something like that, it's a lot easier if he's just already on the base. Also, that way you can put whatever base you want on there too. Whatever you want to do. So Night Whisper, what I'm hoping to do in the future now is to be able to essentially develop custom sculpts via Eldritch Foundry. Oh, and you can do busts as well. Yeah, there you go. Is develop custom sculpts, and then that way on the Patreon page, people can actually have the STL file instead of them seeing me paint something and then they go, okay, well, now I have to buy that STL file. This way, they would just have it. They wouldn't have to buy a file from somebody, even though I think there's one more day left. Yeah, there's one day left on the fabulous summer sale. I did try to look for more objects after the stream last night. There wasn't a whole lot of time for doing that. So we'll see what we can secure tomorrow. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I might just have to do that. I know I have Dropbox. I couldn't tell you the last time I used it. It's been a while. The other thing I've been noticing about Eldritch Foundry there, recoil. Now here we're just going to get some of this paint off the brush. We're not really going to clean it. We're just going to squeegee this off. Is that you basically have to, it's like it logs you out. So you have to go back and constantly keep signing in. That's a little bit annoying. Because I created a whole figure, then I couldn't save it, and I basically lost all the work. Because I had to basically reboot the website. So that's one of those hard lessons learned, recoil. So yeah, Armor Wolf, I thought for sure that you had that was your first foray into kind of doing some of the stuff that we've been fooling around with. Oh, and I did try to make a Wampoville, the Wampoville School of Culinary Arts, and of course it misspelled everything. Recoil. It misspelled school again. I'm not sure why school had a D in it, unless that's the spelling grade. There you go. Yeah, that's the spelling grade for GPT is a D. Then I tried to animate it, and Skynet did not do a good job of animating it. Gave it the same kind of prompts that were very successful just on the video before, and of course it disappointed. It's so weird how it does that, right, recoil? You'd think, okay, here it is, very similar situation. We'll use the same prompt practically. And it was just like, what is that? That is not what it's supposed to be. Try to lighten this up a little bit along this part. We need to do a similar thing here. Come on. Like that. Erda Michael, I don't know. There was one point we thought it did, right? Recoil? We thought it learned how to spell, and then, well, the last several attempts there. And ironically enough, the word that it seems to have all kinds of trouble, recoil, is school or book, right? Because it's spelled book with 3 O's, and I thought it was 4 at first because of just the way the font was. It looked like there was actually 4 O's in there and not just 3. I'm like, 3 is weird enough. 4 is absolutely bonkers. And of course, Art and Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So Pikmin, I hope that the stream was very fun. Did you? Well, you got a lot done, and you also were able to have a little bit of fun, little relaxation there. Now Night Whisper, I don't think you saw the latest Spacescape set, did you? So this was it was the latest Patreon video, and actually the original was it was with the GSW dipping inks, and then we did that. So yeah, that's our latest Spacescape there. I guess recoil. I guess is there. What's the other one? Oh yeah, the Welsh spelling would be nothing but vowels, right? Recoil, there'd be no O's at all. It would just be a bunch of B, C, K's, well, and D's. Oh, yeah, that's it. Let me get this Terra Rosa. Maybe a little bit of our not Mars Yellow Deep here. Yeah, I figured Night Whisper, you got a lot of stuff going on. But yeah, well, Night Whisper, the first thing I had to do was rebuild that filming area. Actually, well, I had to clear out a bunch of stuff just to get to it from all of the floods and everything, where because everything was moved around. So just getting at it was a process. We'll put it that way. So everybody, please check out that link that Arda Michael just posted. Hit that horsey a little more here. Now they show. Okay, so the horsey did have socks. All right, we'll give him some socks, especially the two back legs had socks. We'll do this to make some crazy gray for him there. Nice to see you there, Camda. So Camda, that's it's almost, I guess, do we call it zinc orange there, Camda? Because it sure seems like it. Seems like it should be called zinc orange. Night Whisper, that is actual Night Whisper. Well, I think you've heard that here, FEMA's been going around the neighborhood, not just once but twice, because it happened twice inside of 4 weeks. So yes, in less than 4 weeks' time, FEMA has been going door to door twice. That's when you know things are spicy where you live, right there, right there, Night Whisper. Well, Camda, let me know. I'll be certainly curious what happens, right? More experiments. Did I ever get? No, I didn't get that on the bottom part of that foot there. You know what? I'm just going to do this one too. Because it actually does provide a little bit of separation from the horse's barding. So I might just do that. Come on. Gotta go a whole lot thinner there. Okay, now that's kind of doing what we need. Nice to see you there, Pure Vita. Well, they're checking for the damage in the basements that where people had 3 feet upwards, between 1 to 3 feet of water. And they're doing damage assessments and all that kind of stuff. Great to see you there, Pure Vita. Because again, there's and then there's other people that had to have new roofs put on. There's people that had to have the sewer drain thing dug out. That's about a $7,000 to $9,000 process right there. So there's been a lot of people spending a lot of money, and that is why FEMA is going door to door. I did another water seal thing on another crack. So Pura Vida, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not sure if you were here just a second ago when we were showing. Look at this Pura Vida. That is a new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Again, we made this using Eldritch Foundry. And I will say, Eldritch Foundry is going to be more stylized. Oh, and I also, so Camda, I tried to do a familiar for the new Wapelius. Oh, here he is. Like CAD. The only thing that was there was like a dragon, Camda. And he had to go on his shoulder. So, but we can still do it. I still want to do that, Camda. So yeah, Pura Vida, the people next door, they had 11 inches of seepage and sewage. The people across the street had 3 feet. Another guy had 2 feet. And again, that's not just seepage. That is also the nasty stuff. That ain't just gray water. That's So yep, Pura Vida. We painted that one on stream last night. And again, that we made that with Eldritch Foundry. There it is. We gave him the little those vials there of the fluorescent oil paints, because this is an object source lighting channel after all. Now on the armor, I think I will be doing a little bit of a glazy thing there, just to kind of tint some stuff. Let me get some lighter stuff going on the chainmail here. So Artemico, I don't know. I saw something about tornadoes in Massachusetts there or something like that. So hopefully it was not too crazy up there in the northeast. It seemed like the whole eastern seaboard was getting smoked there. Basically all weekend long, NFL games, college games, we're all having lightning delays and other stuff. Let's do this. Let's get some light on Elessar here on this part of his chainmail there. Like so. So this is King Elessar Camda. Remember we were talking about doing this. We did the foot version of Boromir. This is obviously the mounted version of Boromir. I don't think we're going to do them this stream. These are both from Navarrete Studios. Camda, if you wanted to share, Camda, some of your stuff there in the chat. I don't think you've had a chance yet, right, Camda? Yeah, if you want to share some of your stuff there, Camda, please go ahead. We need to get a little bit of later something down there. Everybody check out that link that Camda just posted. And everybody give Camda a follow. So Camda, sorry that I wasn't able to catch you on the stream. Again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda is also doing the streaming stuff now. Glad that Tifu got a chance to hang out with you there, Camda. But given the fact that, well, I almost fell asleep on stream 4 times last night, so I was was not really doing lots of brain stuff after the stream last night. Mostly was just eating, doing dishes, moving stuff around. That's pretty much what we were doing. Well, I'm glad you had some students show up there, Artemico. And now, Artemico, did you have a chance to post your stuff in the chat there yet? Yeah, Camda, that's the kind of, well, obviously, fortunately I had Armored Wolf who could kind of get in there and say, hey, wait a minute, that ain't working. So again, Artemico, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, where's my... there you are. There you are. Some Terra Rosa. Thanks, Pura Vida. So a little bit different medicine here, Pura Vida. This is a Monster Viking Berry. That's what it is. There we go. So thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Some Terra Rosa. Thanks, Pura Vida. So a little bit different medicine here, Pura Vida. This is a Monster Viking Berry. That's what it is. There we go. So thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. There we go. So thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. So yeah, in order to prevent sleep streaming, now Camda, if you're able to figure out a way to actually do that successfully, let me know. Because it would be very relaxing to be able to do some sleep streaming, right, Camda? Just catch some Z's while you're streaming. That'd be fabulous. You wake up from the stream, you're all refreshed and everything. Gonna try and get that little bit more of our. Look at this. Look at how the darker glazes turn that brush very dark. So what do? We go back and we refresh. Camda, I know. I'll never forget we were at Kathy's mom and dad's cabin up there, and there's no electricity, so there's no fans going or anything like that. And it was summer. It was like 90 degrees, and the two of them in a small cabin in the woods. I basically thought that not just a bear, but 15 bears came into the cabin and were sleeping next to us. And I mean like 15 full-grown adult grizzly bears. That's what it sounded like. Hey there, Grey Wolf. Great to see you, Grey Wolf. Hope that you're doing well. So Arda Michael, doing classes at conventions is it's hit or miss. That's about the best I can tell you there, Arda Michael. If you are one of 70 people that's teaching a non-metallic metal class, there's that might not, might not yield a whole lot of dollars right there. It's best if you offer something that is very unique. And you also maybe kind of want to look at what the convention is. Is it a convention that emphasizes more army painting? A convention that maybe emphasizes contests only? So sorry, Grey Wolf, that you're a little bit down there. Here's hoping you can kind of bounce back from that, get off the injured list. So Arda Michael, the other thing is that teaching the classes has there's an investment, and it's not just a time investment. There's a monetary investment because you got to come up with all the supplies for the students. And it's all about providing value, right, Armored Wolf? So that's Armored Wolf and I. We've been talking about this an awful lot. So Armored Wolf, has that situation there continued to kind of spiral? Because it sure sounds like it. Let's put it this way, Arda Michael. There's a reason I do what I do, and not that. There's a very, very specific reason why you see all these other people marching around from convention to convention, and I do not. Because conventions, they are going to require significant outlays. That's just the nature of the beast. There are other options that do not require significant outlays. Now, you almost have to go big or go home there, Arda Michael. And that's why I have one Adepticon class that I will be doing next year, and only one. And it is not going to be a cheap affair either. And it may fail horribly, who knows, but that is why I'm doing a whole bunch of other things. So that in case that does not work out or just kind of breaks even or something like that, then it won't be devastating. I hope that you can get to go to that one there, Grey Wolf. Now it's gonna be a lot of people. There was what 11,000 or something this last year. It's going to be a big affair. And the other thing, Arda Michael, is that you will have to promote that because well, you can speak more to that, right, Armored Wolf? The folks that don't promote their classes and they wonder why nobody signs up. We're looking forward to seeing their Night Whisper. And Night Whisper, there is a typically on Wednesday afternoon, Night Whisper, there is a Twitch meet and greet. So basically, all of us folks that do this Night Whisper, you actually get to see what they look like instead of just us hearing each other. So yeah, that'll be great if you can do that, Night Whisper. Yeah, well, Grey Wolf, that there's been some interruptions, right? I mean, even I missed what 3? I believe I missed at least 3 of them. And we've been doing it since 2007. So again, we're going to be doing a little bit of glazy stuff in there too. No. We want to save that for the horsey. I gotta go back to my Terra Rosa here. We also want to say hello and welcome to June Gold. How you doing there, June? Oh, and thanks Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Hey there, Michael. How you doing? Appreciate that. So Pura Vida. Yeah, Pura Vida. Well, we can show these. So we are painting King Elessar tonight. This is from Navarrete Studios. Here, let me get a little bit more of this. I could really use this tonight, Pura Vida. That's just wake up stuff there. So this right here again. This is from Navarrete Studios. This is Boromir on horseback. So really fabulous, very nice, dramatic, very nicely sculpted miniatures. Last night was this right here. And this Wapelia Spellbrush figure is brand new because I made it using Eldritch Foundry. So yeah, that's one that I basically made for myself, which will take its place beside some of the other. Oh, this was the original Wapelia Spellbrush here. This was the second one, and now we will have many more. This Thursday, we were working on a whole slew of these space gifts. Check this out, Pura Vida. So again, we took one painting, we chopped it up into 4 pieces, and then in one stream, we painted all 4 of the spacescapes. That was very fun. Now Monday, where'd you go? There you are. We did this right here. It's another one of our Galacticus ships. Now, Pura Vida, have you seen any of these here? Hey there, Riot Sister, how you doing? June Gold, if you want to share something before you head out, please go ahead. Everybody give June Gold Bloom a follow. I think it was either last Friday or Saturday we did that. I can't even remember anymore. But this was super fun. That's a CA Sculpts bust. So Riot Sister, if you wanted to post anything in chat, please go ahead. So again, great to see you there, Jungo, and thank you so much for the raid. 50 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. There was no paint on this whatsoever. Can we paint all kinds of different things here? Uh, we like doing busts, and these are actually printed on an FDM style. Yes, printed on an FDM printer. Everybody check out that Instagram link that June Gold Bloom just posted. And everybody please give June Gold a follow while you're at it. Yes, do those things. So thanks for the raid, June Gold, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening. So Riot Sister, I hope things have been as good as possible for you. Great to see ya. There's a lot of conversation about Adepticon. Just folks, it might be their first Adepticon in a while or their first one ever. So hopefully, again, everybody that wants to get to Adepticon can make it there. So Pura Vida, you might want to do a little bit of refresh there because everything is very stable on my end. I don't see anything weird. And somebody else probably would have mentioned that. But yeah, I don't see any hiccups or anything like that on my end. Could be wrong, but I don't see any. Now we're just trying to get some darker leathers in here while we're at it. You know what, those boots need to also be darker. And the rain, yeah, okay, they are very much it does. So we got this Van Dyke brown here. We're just kind of going back in and making a few little alterations here. And again, Camda, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to post any of your stuff in the chat there. Might have already done it, but with the raid and everything, probably didn't see that. Where's that? Okay, yeah. No, that is sort of cloth there. Okay, so we don't want to change that too much then. All right. Minor details, right, Night Whisper? Minor details. So yeah, Pura Vida might want to just do a little bit of a refresh there. Especially if you're watching via phone or something like that. So we're going to darken that down. Do a similar thing on his tail here. Similar thing on the tail. Then we've got our Freehand stuff that we got to get to here as well. So again, with the oils, pin line washes are a thing. With acrylics, you can't do this sort of thing. And boy, there was a whole series of videos on the water washable oils. That was kind of interesting, real fun actually to see that difference where the whole thing of hydrodynamics. Hey there, Blat Blat, nice to see you back. How you doing? So Blat, it's been a while. I don't know if you've seen the BSG ships that we've been doing. Well, speaking of BSG, this Monday we will be doing yet another one of our Galactica ships. This was the first one. We've done 6 of these so far. Actually, Camda, I would really like to be able to print out some of those Ghost Fleet ships. I actually just re-downloaded them just on the off chance that I never download them before. But yeah, Rico, I want to try and paint those ghost, I almost said ghost tints, those ghost ships. So, Blatt, if you wanted to post anything in the chat there, please go ahead. So, again, Blatt, great to see you again. Actually, Pura Vida, what kind of stuff have you been painting there? Hopefully you've had a chance to do some painting there, Pura Vida. Now, this here is mostly just straight up Prussian blue. I'm just going to try and get that in a few darker crevices here. We're going to try and hit a couple of highlights, and then we're going to try and start fooling around with some of that freehand as well. Once again, it was another big day in college football. Upsets galore, scares, the whole thing. Crazy weather delays and stuff. All kinds of wild things going on with the college gridiron today. And you know, I'm going to get me some of that up here too. Yep, put some of it on the roll. We got our little craft brush there. Use a blending brush. So yeah, cammed at least. Well, now thanks to the research that was done by folks there, we know that the Ghost Fleet ships they are from the first Cylon War, and just like some of these other ones, I don't know. You know, are they first Cylon War? Are they retrofitted ships or something like that from the first Cylon War, but now modernized? I mean, there was a whole bunch of Second World War. There was all kinds of dreadnoughts that were modernized. I mean, most of the Pearl Harbor ships were old dreadnought-style ships. They got their mid-30s modernizations, which basically brought them up to like the 1920s as far as their actual usefulness. I do believe they play Florida, right, Armored Wolf, next week? And, well, Florida was one of those teams that got a wee bit of a surprise today. Yes, as the Florida University, let's see, South Florida Bulls came in there. They were like a bull in a china shop, and they took out the Gators. And now I believe the Gators have to go to it's South Florida. Okay, well, beware there, Armored Wolf. I wasn't sure if it was I think Florida. Oh, that's right. Florida plays Florida State, I think. No, they play LSU. That's it. Yes, Florida plays LSU, and Miami has to play South Florida. So watch out for South Florida. I do believe that Florida was a 17-point favorite in that game, and they didn't even score as many points as they were supposed to win by. And actually, South Florida could have won by more. South Florida could have possibly won that game by either 2 field goals. Hey there, Valfera. Great to see ya. So Valfera, just another day of kind of moving stuff around. Obviously, Tennessee had themselves a day, but it's going to be a big game next week, right, Valfera? It is next week, right, with Georgia? So there was a couple of, I think Alabama also won 72 zip or something like that. So there was a couple of teams that actually, and of course, I'm not so sure if that suspension really made that much of a difference in the Michigan-Oklahoma game. Because, okay, yeah, Oklahoma would have had maybe fewer points, but Michigan was missing field goals and also, well, not scoring touchdowns. So I'm not so sure that really had that big of an impact. So great to see you again there, Valfera. Now this is the Windsor red that we're using. We're trying to get a little bit more light on the interior of, you know what? We have our fabulous, super fabulous Perline Crimson out here. Yes, we do. So yeah, Velfair, there's going to be a couple of big games. No, this coming Saturday. What was interesting is there wasn't supposed to be that many big games this weekend. They turned into big games. So yeah, Armored Wolf. Not only did South Florida get the win, they also got $500,000 paycheck just for going there. So Florida was very accommodating. They didn't just give them the $500K; they gave them a win too. Now, advantage Miami is that they saw that happen, and well, at least the coaching staff's not going to be surprised. The players, they might still be looking at it and not listen to the coaches that are telling them, yeah, you might not want to just shuffle through this game. Let me see if we can get now that light on the... I'm going to try one last little hit here of lighter red in a few places. So yeah, that I still think, Valfair, that NIL thing is going to favor ultimately, not initially. It might take 3 years, but there are certain conferences that are going to really, really suffer from that. And actually, I saw, did you see, Valfera, that there's going to be, I think, 18 teams in the Big 12. So we're getting closer and closer and closer to the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the college playoffs. The transfer portal is always open, even during the game. So if you want to change sidelines during the game, as long as you got a helmet and a uniform, you're good to go. So recoil, should we make magnetized football players for the APCC, where it's like you just start swapping out the heads and the arms and the torsos and stuff to show that they've switched teams during the game? Actually, oh geez, Pura Vida. I don't know. Have you tried any of the new chat? There's a couple of new chat point rewards there, Pura Vida. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to sample those. I think you probably have seen the autocorrect monster in action, right, Pura Vida? Now, the one thing that I am kind of hoping with this is that maybe players that should stay in college instead of going to the pros when they're nowhere near ready. Because what's the big thing? They say, well, okay, if I get injured before I turn pro, I'll never see a dime. If they actually get some money now, maybe they won't be quite so eager to go take off as, I don't know, like 19-year-olds. So recoil, geez, I'm just gonna guess that maybe I was telling you about the controls in Eldritch Foundry, where I couldn't. I know I did it on another on the Book of Wobble. I was able to move that around in Wapelia Spellbrush's hand, but for whatever reason, I was not able to do that in the with the football there. I also there was actually moving the arms. the only controls that I found were the ones where you can, make it bigger, smaller, shorter, longer, whatever. So Pura Vida, hopefully nothing too crazy has been going on there. I know a lot of people have had some crazy stuff happening over the last 6, 7, 8-ish months or so. Remember the Jameis Winston effect there, Valfera? I mean, again, I understand the rationale behind it. It's just the amount of times it doesn't work out, right? Right, Valfera? Okay, so now we've got that little bit of red over here. We will eventually have to get some blue there. Now let's get some lighter highlights on the cloak and the barding, and then we're going to try and do some freehandy type things here. Let's try and do some of that here. I'm just going to get some of our white. We'll have to probably put some more of that out there. Also have to try and get some more of this red out of the brush here. That will go into our, man, let me get a little bit more of the Prussian blue into that, and more of the Prussian blue. There we are. Well, when you think about it, Valfair, even what I'm doing right now, when I was at the academy, doing what I'm doing now was not part of the mix. Right, Valfair, you need to be able to have more options instead of just the one that you think you're going to have. And it just seems like that's not part of the mindset, right? Yeah, recoil. I guess what I'm going to do is I'll try another figure where I just put like a sword or a shield in his hand and see if I can move that around. This was just like the general stuff. Yeah, Velfer, I wonder, obviously, too, then you have families that maybe want to cash in there, too. And, well, all of a sudden you've got young folks with a lot of new friends, right, Velfer? Lots of new best friends. And relatives you never knew that you had. Yeah, recoil, the football, I was a little bit surprised. It's like, wait a minute, why can I not move this? But I also got to find the controls just to move the arms around. Because I think even just via repositioning the arms could make that look a little bit more interesting there. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Hey, Pura, actually, Valfera, why don't you do a film noir there, Valfera? Because I think some of these are really interesting for that. So we'll just do a little bit of film noir there for Pura Vida, because this really enhances that whole notion here of edge contrast. Thanks, Valfera. Again, all the soft edges. Look at how that got lighter, right? We have a few hard edges there, lots of soft edges there, another hard edge here. Where's the other one? That was a really good example. Oh, here we go. This is one right here. Harder edges there, softer edges everywhere else, and then another hard edge here. And when we bring back the color, well, that certainly creates a different set of interest, doesn't it? Now, let me see if we can grab here one of these, where we've got maybe the green and the blue here. All right, so again, that's going to be all about edge contrast, but now there is no greenish tones, there's no bluish tones, there's just light and dark, soft and hard edges. But now we bring back color into the mix. Look at what that does. Changes everything around, right? So thank you so much, Valfir. Appreciate that. Sorry, I know that you usually like to do that when you're about to sign off for the evening, but it just it seemed like it would be a little a good time there, Valfir. So appreciate that. So yeah, recoil. That's why. That's why I want to try and do one of those the tutorial videos, right? Recoil. It'd be as much a tutorial for me. And again, one of the things I found out. Again, I mentioned this earlier with the Eldritch Foundry. Constantly refresh the page because it apparently it signs you out all the time because I lost a figure that I was working on because I went to save it and it's like, oh, there was an error. Oh, there was an that's happened before. So what you definitely don't want to do is like, oh, I'm just going to go in there today and make a figure and then save it. It's not going to let you save it. You have to go in there, you have to essentially refresh the page, then sign in, then start working. Again, that's a hard lesson, very hard lesson I've had to learn twice. All right, so you found out the same thing, Recoil? Now, I feel a little less stupid there, Recoil, because I was wondering if I was doing something wrong. So thanks, Vilfear. Appreciate you doing that. Whoops. Where'd that blending brush go? You're around here somewhere. There you are. So again, see, we got this right here. We're gonna do a little bit of softening of those edges, and we're not doing this. We're going straight up and down. We'll tap, tap, tap there. Yeah, recoil. I think actually, oh, it was one of the armored wolf figures. Yeah, I lost one of those. I did all this stuff only to lose all of the stuff because it's like, oh, there was an error. There was an error. I'm like, what the heck? What do you mean there's an error? It's been working fine for 40 minutes. And that's when I found out, right, recoil? That if you did not refresh before you did all that and sign back in, you lose everything. I know that ChatGPT can be weird where you have to, especially if you're doing lots of image stuff, you have to refresh that all the time. If you step away from it for more than 5 minutes, just refresh it. Now, so Pura Vida, we have a reading from the Book of Wapol. And actually, wait till you see this. Wait till you see this, Pura Vida. You might not have seen these before. So, a reading from the Book of Wapol. There it is. I don't think you've seen that. Now, when we started out, things were certainly messy, especially also too on that Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Now, we also have metal surfaces on this, so they're gonna have to reflect their surroundings, right? And of course, oils can be thin. So if you take any color, especially a lighter one, and it's like 95% thinner, it's still going to be a light color. It's not going to be like acrylics where it turns into kind of a dingy gray type of a thing. And of course, think less, do much more. And with the oils, less paint is more. More paint is always way too much. And of course, you want to caress the brush, not crush the brush. And again, those are readings from the Book of Wapol. Looks familiar, huh? Looks a little bit similar to what we just saw on the screen there, Pura Vida. We actually were using those as references during the stream last night. I don't know. I have to find out where the heck I've got the linseed pyramid. I think maybe now I know where it is. But there's there's the linseed pyramid. That's a new chat point thing there. I'll keep doing more of the Book of Wapol stuff as well, modernizing that, getting that caught up. So Velfera, I did try to make that Wapolville School of Culinary Arts, the steel picture. Well, One of the reasons we don't have that graphic is because, of course, GPT misspelled everything. It didn't just misspell Wampleville, it also misspelled school. So let's see. Oh, it gave book 3 O's on the last one, and then it spelled school with a D. So yeah, Velfair, it spelled this. So it gets a D in spelling. Actually, it should get an F minus. So yeah, Velfira. Now that I know how to use, because remember, Velfira, I didn't know how to do the animations then. All I knew how to do was still images. So now I have a better idea of how to accomplish the animations. Before, I had tried minor things. So yeah, Velfred, don't worry. Eventually, there will be like actual Book of Wapple animations. So yeah, I'll send you the picture. It was kind of a nice picture, Valfera. Actually, Valfera, I thought those were much newer. So Recoil, ironically enough, those ones that you saw, those Book of Wapples, those were actually done with Copilot Recoil. So Recoil, I was using GPT because I have more options with GPT than with Copilot. Because with GPT, I can put up to 10 pictures in there as references. With Copilot, I think I maybe get 3. Because remember, I don't have a paid version of that. So Velfira, when you have the open book like that, you never know what you're going to get. I tried doing an open book, and it kept doing weird stuff. So that's one reason why you saw that. Yeah, as soon as you start doing something like an open book there, Velfira, you have increased the complexity of what you got to tell the GPT stuff exponentially. Now, this is going to need a little bit more of the blue on there as well. Because, yeah, Velfira, remember, there's something like 50-something chapters of the Book of Wapple, and you can't just say, like, oh, here, do all this stuff and change the text. You have to repeat everything from scratch. Because, as you know, right, you can have something exactly the way you want it, and you go to do one more thing, boom, it's all gone. Let's see, and of course, Pure, there's a whole bunch of our. So again, that is from Surface Tension. He did that one. He also did this. I think he actually. I think I've got those on the up on the merch page there. And then of course we did this one here. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Now we're going to redo this one because for whatever reason they made the red dots too dark. Now, Velfira, it looks like you get a chance to do the autocorrect. Yeah, Velfira, it looks like you get a chance to take vengeance on the autocorrect monster. So, like Rico was saying there too, it's you would have to essentially start from scratch all over again. There you go, Rico. So, Pura Vida, should the autocorrect monster ever unjustly, it's always unjust, right, Velfira, modify your posts in a way you do not agree with, you can expose the autocorrect monster to the light of day, because he is one of the dark creatures, one of the fiends, right? One of the fiends of the netherworld there, so expose him to the light of day. Watch him just scurry away. So Pure Vida can just check out the merch page there. Uh, I think there's one like there's a page of stickers, and then other ones are individuals. And I'll be adding more. Pura Vida. We had all of the floods here, and then there were the conventions and all that, so doing merch stuff just kind of had to take a bit of a back seat there for a while. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to doing some more of the merch stuff there. More of our lighter stuff here for the horses. Little armor plate there. Come on, there we go. So Pura Vida, I'm even trying to look into some way to make basically a plush toy version of the autocorrect monster. I have no idea where you get, where you can even look to do something like that. I found a couple of places that make custom flags. Now I have to find a place that makes custom plush toys. I know there's ones that make custom plush toys as in like hundreds of them. I am not looking to make hundreds, I'm just looking to make one. Don't know if such a place exists. If anybody knows, let me know. I have not had a chance to search that through. So now his the horsey there looks a little bit more, starting to look a little bit more like metal here. Oh, that's great recoil. Let me try to lighten you up just a touch more, and then we'll probably have to come back into this with some of our dark again, but not right now. We gotta be patient there. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. So now we've got to try this. Let me get my reference here. That's gonna be this page. Yes, there it is. So that is gonna come straight down here. What was it? A couple weeks ago, we for our Saturday challenge, we did all of those. Oh yeah, all of the Fountain Court Guard and Denethor. Yeah. Now Pura Vida with the. I guess it's always the question: will they just do one, or do you have to make a big order? Like the fans' idea. Baseball jerseys, you do not have to. Well, actually, you get a discount. You can, if you get multiple jerseys, you get discounts, and they can all be different jerseys. So you don't have to get like 3, 4 of just the same jersey. Or more to get the discount. May start to get a little bit more of the tree going here. So start doing some branches up here. We're going to knock this whole thing down. That got way too high. Let's just get rid of all of that. Also this. It's the great thing about the oil paints, right, Camden? It's like we got an eraser. We are going to change that around big time here. So that clearly not ready to be worked on. We're going to move to other stuff here, and I know there's a bunch of this kind of stuff to do. We got stirrups, we got other bits of armor here that we haven't done anything with. Let's get some stuff on that. So the baseball jerseys, and I don't know if you've seen any of the pictures of those, Pura Vida, that's a fan's idea. Now it takes sometimes over a month for those to show up. But we're talking if you get, I think, 4 jerseys, and again, they can all be different designs, as in completely different designs. You're down to about $61 per jersey, and that is with the number, with the name, and these are sewn on. These are not ironed on. And you can have the patch on the arm, and that's I've got my my Moria jersey. I've got a Dol Amroth jersey. I've got a Minas Tirith, Gondor jersey. I have my super special Lothlorien Dark Queen Schmaladriel jersey. We also have our Moria jersey, and we've got our Rohan jersey. Gonna make me a Dunland jersey. Now that I actually have my Dunland symbol created, the one I made with GPT there. Alright, we got that now. What about, we need some more reflections there. Okay. And now over here, a little white tree action. At least starting to sketch it out a little bit here. Yeah, we're probably going to have to just do a little bit of sketching on it and then let that stuff sit. We got plenty of other things to work on. We're going to get back into the reins and some of the other leather surfaces. By the way, 87 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was just dark brown primer. It looked exactly like this because we primed them both at the same time. So that is what he looked like. These are by Navarrete Studios. 3D printed. Navarrete Studios does lots of fabulous stuff. Really love their Lord of the Rings figs. Since we don't have enough Balrogs, I also have one of their Balrogs cammed. Yes, because we only have like 3 of them painted, maybe 4. So clearly we don't have enough Balrogs. Hi, Ballsy, how you doing? Yeah, so 1 hour, 28 minutes ago. I'll see you later there, Pura Vida. As always, Pura Vida, appreciate you being here. And again, Pura Vida, at that certain point, where did he go? Here we go. We will be doing our custom-made sculpts, and those will be available on the Patreon. Oh, there again, there's our Book of Wapol. They're spelled with 2 O's. Yeah, spelled with 2 O's. Well, Bozzy, if there's anything you wanted to share there, Insta, Discord-wise, something like that, please go ahead. And here's hoping you have a really fun paint session there, Bozzy. Yeah, here's hoping it's a blast. Here's hoping you get a whole lot done also. Very, very productive. We like that. We want all of our sessions to be as productive as possible. Now, we'll both see there's the other thing that is really helpful. It doesn't matter whether it's oils, whether it's acrylics. Sometimes doing, we just kind of call them value study figures. I always recommend folks that are new to oils, just take one light color, one dark color, and do that. One light color, one dark color, and that way you don't have to be searching or mixing the perfect red, perfect green, perfect whatever. You only have to worry about the lights and dark, and then all you have to worry about is those edge contrast things that we were talking about right in our film noir. Well, and of course, film noirs are very helpful too. You just take your phone, you take a picture. There's every phone has some kind of function that will let you kill the saturation, turn it into basically black and white. That is very, very, very helpful to see what your figure looks like again in that black and white state. Come on, there we go. We have to thin that down some more, like you do there. Okay. Do we have, where is, okay, there is a whole other set of branches here. All right. Whole other set of branches there. And we to keep refreshing this brush here. Okay, let's get another bit of something going on up here. So Velfair, hopefully things are reasonably okay there. This is speaking, well, here we go. Speaking of most feared creature, this is the most lethal condiment in all of the condiment families there, mustard. Beware of mustard. We have to create some kind of mustard monster, Velfira. Yes, we have to make some kind of mustard monster, some kind of deadly mustard monster. So we got our one there, then we need 3 on either side of that. There's our 3. This one's going to have to go on that fold there, and this one's also going to have to go on that fold over there. And do this. So yeah, we're starting to get our trees out here. It goes all the way up to about here, and then the whole tree's got to be on an angle, right? Because it's getting yanked along by the angle of the cloth. Mid branch about here-ish. Bottom branch about there-ish. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the merch channel there. And again, we've got all kinds of stickers. We've got our Book of Wapple. We got the Linseed Fellowship. Oh, and by the way, this YouTube channel right here, right? So if you want to see things like our fabulous spacescapes, or our bust over here, they're all on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. There will never be any ads there, because all that's doing is essentially taking the place of what we used to have on Twitch. Yes, once they took away the highlight thing, well, we had to find somewhere else to put those, and YouTube is where they had to go. The advantage of the YouTube channel is that, well, now there's playlists. So if you want to see, well, I want to see the latest Battlestar Galactica ship, well, you can go right to the Battlestar Galactica playlist, and, well, any videos will be right there. Yeah, Velfred. Now, actually, I almost feel like I have the heart of a murderer asking there, Velfred, but I was hoping that there was no more vehicular mustard incidents there. Because I know there was another one of those ongoing. So I was hoping that you did not have to deal with the vagaries of the most deadly condiment known to the human species. also for vehicle things. That went too high, but look at this. We've got right here. Let's use this like an eraser. Boom, there it goes. It's all gone. All gone. So again, thanks Armored Wolf for posting the link to the merch in the chat. Lots of stuff there. Actually, I still got to get me my again, I still got to get me my sweatshirt out of there. That's we certainly know how to jinx things here, don't we, Valfira? How many printers have I cursed? Yes, I've cursed at least a half a dozen printers over the years. And the weirdest way ever, right? Just like, hey, I hope that the print works out great. And they'll say, you do realize that after you said that, the printer literally caught on fire. Boy, Valfira, it's I just remember that watch was almost like the glasses. Yes, I feel bad about bringing up the glasses too. Valfira, I can't even imagine, and that's with having like actual instructions. Most of the time, there are no actual instructions. There's pieces of paper with gibberish and words on there that don't make any sense because, well, the person that wrote them, English was about their 12th language. If you're that lucky. That is no bueno there. We're going to get rid of that. Yeah, we're just, look at that. We're just going to erase that. Yeah, Valfira, that was extra crazy on top of all the other crazy, right? I want, oh, okay. Let me see something. Okay, that has to be, well, we got to change that again. We've only erased this like 4 times. Let's make it 5. And we'll try this again. Now, of course, there's lots and lots of folds on here. So we have to accommodate that. Yeah, I don't want to bring it up because that if it only happened once, Valfira, then whatever. But it did not only happen once. And also, I think the ways that it happened, Valfira, that was the other thing. It was so bizarre. Now, again, I can only just kind of sketch where this is. I can only sketch this on here right now because the darks there, they're just too, that blue is just too fresh. We have to let that set more. Which is fine. We have, we're going to start working again on the horses, on the reins, and the bridle, and all that other kind of stuff. We got plenty of that we can do. Now, Valfir, I think that your autocorrect is actually doing too much pipeweed right now because I'm not sure what pioweed is. Yeah, I've never heard of pioweed before. But I think whatever it is, autocorrect has been using too much of it. Oh yeah, there is another branch that's going to come down there. Also there. Yeah, Velcro. I'm like, how could it even do that? It's one thing, if it would have said like pipe fitters, right, Velfair? If it said pipe fitters or something like that, that would at least make some kind of sense. But pio weed, I'm not really sure what that's supposed to be. Now here we're gonna take our. I'm just gonna go right into the Van Dyke Brown with the same stuff I've been using on the tree. Look at this. Did I mix up a whole new brown to use there? I didn't mix any brown. This is my palette right here. Yes, the palette itself is simply a color storage device. This is our true palette here. It's the one true palette, right, Valfira? Yes, there you go, recoil. Just it's a picture of a miniature, the one true palette, with some brushes laying next to it, and that's it. No palette, no nothing, no wet palette, none of that stuff. I remember even just for the heck of it, I actually got myself one of those wet palettes. I think I used it 2 or 3 times and just said, I'd rather just use my Tupperware container lids. Well, they're not Tupperware, they're just like cheap plastic throwaway lids from the grocery store. Give me those, forget the wet palettes. You'd almost think that we were somewhat frugal, right, Recoil? You think somehow frugality is valued here. Let me see if I can at least. Okay, well that is where one of those stars would be going. Come on. There. And then here. And then another branch. No, that one we got to get rid of. This one changes. Actually, no, we'll just get rid of all that stuff. Ah, that is so much fun. Just going, nah, and then wiping it all away, and then doing something with it again. I think maybe that'll do it. Oh, did you see what happened to Smoo, Valfera? Yeah, that was, talk about don't blink. Yeah, don't blink, and all of a sudden Baylor wins in Dallas. So I have a feeling, obviously before the season it was like, there's only like 6 teams that are really competing for anything, and well, turns out that on any given Saturday, any of those teams can lose. I think they kind of forget that. I think some of them, well, let's put it this way, they're getting high on their own supply of pio weed there. Much like a certain wizard, right, Valfira? Actually, Valfira, that's the modified cartel version, the pio weed. Yeah, that's much more dangerous than just regular pipe weed. Yeah, that's like laced with other stuff there, Valfira, the pio weed. So beware of the pio weed. I'm gonna try to get me some darker stuff here around the eyes. We got the Van Dyke Brown here. Also, it would be helpful if I had the other references up, like that one. There we go. Start doing something for the eyes is here. We'll do the other side as well. Let's see. Well, Valfir, it's kind of like how Camda is the president of the far western Australian Collingwood Magpies fan club. Rico, that is fantastic. Do you remember the one that I made out of the Chinese food container? I just turned it upside down. Oh, and a chamois sponge. A chamois sponge and the Chinese food container. And bingo, wet palette better than any wet palette. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, like always, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Happy Sunday there, Doji. Well, it's not. It's a happy Sunday here, too. Recoil is just, you almost wish you could just photograph the looks on their faces, right? When you do that and they're just, how much, wait a minute, that, you didn't pay $30 for that? And you say, nope. Did not pay 30 bucks for that. Well, get me a little sky blue and some of this armor here. Let's do that. A little touch here and there, again with the sky blue. So great to see you there, Doji. I hope that Saturday was fantastic. Oh, that's a good one there, Recoil. That is a good one. That is very good because obviously, folks, they typically have a little bit of issue with that. So that is an excellent. Rico was talking about, well, your homemade wet palette, just use a little bit of antibacterial soap, and you should have no little teensy critters in your wet palette there, not in your sponge. So Valfira, I think you've seen some of the pictures of, well, like the basement and stuff, and that's where I've got some of the chamois sponges are kind of like, they're the early warning device. If I see those looking all wet, then I know that because the absorbent tubes, those don't necessarily show any kind of water in them. So you could say that the chamois sponges are like the canary in the coal mine. See you later, Night Whisper. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you being here, Night Whisper. And Night Whisper, if you wanted to share your stuff one more time in the chat, please go ahead. Let me see here. What do we got there? It shows. No, we'll just leave that maybe. For now, we'll just leave that open for now. We can always come back later and fool around with that. I'm trying to get a little more light on these. Alright, so that horse's armor there. Also now the reins. Everybody check out that link that Night Whisper just shared. Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, hopefully you can do some more streaming this week. I don't think we have any council we don't have any council to worry about this week. At least I don't think so. So see you later, Night Whisper. You know what we need to... Okay, there we go. Do a little something there. Okay. Now, a little bit of a graphic right there. Yeah, that's kind of like what these are, Velfira. They're well, even the absorbent sponges, they're really meant for shops. That's what they're really meant for soaking up, oil and all that other grease, all that other kind of stuff. But I just use them for soaking up the water. Sky, there we go. Now we got some of our sky blue there, maybe a little over there. We haven't gotten any of our gold on his sword, although we don't really show too much of the gold on the sword. Let me look at my other reference here. This is our GW one. Actually, I'm going to maybe just a suggestion of it here. So let me grab some of the Terra Rosa. Here again, just a minor suggestion of something that's not quite silver, whatever. No, so again, this is 3D printed. Navarrete Studios. All kinds of really amazing files. He also has Smaug. Yeah, well, I have a video series on the Patreon page of Smaug. And not just the painting of him, but also the assembly, the basing, the whole routine. We'll be getting back to him over the winter. Velfira, I'm hoping next Saturday I can have we can have a very interesting Saturday challenge, Velfira. We try to paint a football team. Well, at least 11. I think we'll do the offense first, maybe we just do a selection of offense and defense. But we want to try to get to 11. I'll see if I can make some alignment stuff because there are controls for making guys bigger, shorter, whatever. So yeah, we'll have our 6'9", 390-pound offensive lineman versus the little scat back or whatever. Trying to get me a couple little lights on the hair here. Velfira, I might have been mentioned before you came into the stream that there would be magnetized parts. So the head, the torso, and the feet would be magnetized so that you could change jerseys and helmets and whatever in the middle of the play. But we'll be, since Recoil already took the time to develop the logo for Swampton and also the mascot for the Swampton Crocs, I figure we'll try and mess around with that. It'll be quite the actual college football Saturday, right, right, Velfira? Let me do this. There we go. Thanks, Recoil. Now you have the same kind of controls as anything else, or did you have to do your little trick that you were talking about? Give him another item, and then, so here we go. So this is a little like a Blood Bowl player that Recoil just made, and now he's got a football in his hand there. Oh yeah, Rico. I guess. Well, it's been long enough. So I forgot how you actually manipulate the items. Believe and again, I was manipulating that book of Wapple, and of course I completely then forgot how you actually do it. Valfira, I was remember I told you, years ago I had actually developed a baseball game. Actually, I did a hockey game, a baseball game, a football game, and we, we can play the football game. Only we put in NIL rules or APCC rules where you can literally there's special plays or something like that where you a player changes allegiances during the play. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure recoil. That was just one of those buttons that I was pressing accidentally. I've been trying to. There's been a few folks I was trying to tell today. It's like, look, I literally am just pressing buttons, right? Recoil. I don't know. I'm like Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing except that you want to refresh it all the time and always sign in, right? Recoil before you do any kind of actual work. That is a hard lesson. And try to go even lighter with this here. Also, maybe a little bit of the red to almost turn that a bit magenta-ish for the hands. Start getting some lighter stuff on them. Perhaps on the face, not so sure about that. Nice to see there's surface tension. I hope that all is well there in Welshlandia on this Sunday here. So happy Sunday. Now, Doji, I think did you have a chance to share your Insta there? Or disc? I think you might have shared your Discord surface tension. Why don't you share your fabulous oil painted stuff? Let me try to work that brush in there somehow. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Same deal, Inganes. Why don't you share some of your stuff there in the chat? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Everybody, check out that Insta link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Now I know it's awful early there on a Sunday AM. There's surface tension. Appreciate you being here on your Sunday morning. Everybody check out the Mastodon link there that Surface Tension shared. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ngani shared. Give Ngani a follow. Also, so Ngani, just hoping you have a blast on your streams there. Like always, I will grab the Van Dyke Brown. We need some darker, but also something warmer. Now we'll get the blood channel here. No, I go this way with it. That will make a big old difference there. Like you do. Let's get more of this. Let me see. Well, here we are red button pressers, right? Got to find out what happens when you press the big red button. You get this, right? Surface tension. Thank you. Oh, we have surface tension here. I gotta. So this is how our new Wapelius spell brush all worked out there. Again, fabulous, brand new Wapelius spell brush figure there. And as we found out in the experiment last night, it's basically got to be either a Dropbox or a Google Drive link. There is the only file that was small enough to send just in a regular old email was the base, which is, I mean, that's not horrible, but the figure is a wee bit more important than the base. We can make our own bases, right, Rico? Because basing is life. Basing is everything. Thanks, surface tension. Yeah, I had absolutely no idea what to expect from that. None whatsoever. So now I'm going to start getting some of my darker blue around here. Let me get some of this. Start trying to do some cleanup stuff here on our trees before we get back to them with the much lighter stuff. Recoil, there is one does simply, and I think didn't Boromir say one does simply not have enough basing supplies, or one can simply not, or you cannot simply have too many basing supplies. I think that's how that went. There is no such thing, right? Right, Recoil, as too many basing supplies. So yeah, surface tension. I'll try to get you that file there. Again, I'll just try and stick that in the Dropbox. I would much rather, well, let's put it this way. I pay for Dropbox every month, and I have basically no STLs in there. I was using that, oh, for videos. That's right. So yeah, I think Dropbox, well, and I think just to download some very simple things, you don't need to have Dropbox yourself. I think it's more for you to have the storage for many things. And these files are not gigantic as far as memory goes. Yes, they don't fit in an email, but Google email lets you, it's like, wait a minute, that was more than 10.5 meg. No, you can't do that. So are you serious? Are we back in the 1990s here? Where's that? There it is. That was getting a little light out here on the end. Anyways, we sharpened up our tree edge there, and then we also were able to kind of darken down the end of the cloak here a little bit more. Back to our blending brush again. So again, instead of trying to make things only lighter, we're using some of the darker stuff here to sharpen up the edges, kind of refine things. How's about we welcome in our newest little hobbit, Tokyo Misfit. How you doing there, Grand Oracle? It's like, well, I think I'm the wrong Gandalf. I think it should be this Gandalf. So, dude, they tell me that you took credit for getting rid of the Witch King and saving saving Faramir there. He's like, well, yeah, I totally did that. Yeah, that was me. It's like, actually, I think that was Prince Imrahil. He's like, no, man, it was totally me. The movies say so. Let's do this for Tokyo Misfit, and then we'll give Grand Oracle a bit of a toast. Oh, he just survived. It was wanting to do this, but Tokyo Misfit survives on a 2 there on our big Gandalf 6. So how you doing there, Grand Oracle? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Again, we are going to get a refill on this because, well, I almost sleep streamed 4 times last night. Oh, here we go. Let's show you one more time there, Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle, yeah, I'll have to send you, basically, it'll probably be a Dropbox link for those files. Because, yeah, they're not big, but they're just too big for a stupid email. Even like one piece Just the figure itself was still too big. I didn't think it was going to be. And there's no supports, obviously, no supports or anything. Ah, that's fabulous there. Fabulous Grand Oracle. Actually, Surface Tension, I have another Gandalf on Shadowfax. Oh, actually, Surface Tension, I printed out another, whatchamacallit, it's from Papal 3D, yeah. Another, what's his name? Radagast. Yeah. I actually have Radagast on foot. The last time I painted Radagast Surface Tension was the old, do you remember the old metal figure? That was not like anything like Radagast from the movies because there was no Hobbit movie at that time. It was just like a fantasy wizard. Didn't look anything. Even almost was like heroic scale too. That's the last time I did Radagast. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Gandalf better keep himself scarce, right, Shadowfax? Otherwise, he's going to be in a little bit. He'll be in a spot of bother, as they say. So, well, yeah, I guess in a little bit then I get to go refresh the medicine. Again, because even with the energy drink last night, I was still practically falling asleep on stream like 4 times. So it could have been 5 maybe. So we're definitely going to refresh that. Let me get the here we go. Just trying to get his crown a little bit more situated there. Fine, we'll have to approach it this way. More on the underside of his crown there. Because we have a lot of the lighter stuff. We need more of the darker stuff here, for at least for right now. Hey there, Voldy. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Voldy. I hope that you are doing well. And happy Sunday. Gee, Surface Tension. I still have to do that last minute. It's like last minute Christmas shopping, right? Surface Tension. You don't want to disappoint the kiddies. Yes. Now, Grant, or actually, well, this should be interesting because we got the warmer colors on the horse here. Maybe this might, yeah, that might be curious to see what this shows. Wow, look at that! I mean, the horse, the cloak, everything. One looks so much darker than the other when it's in color, not so much in the black and white. Now, did we actually do? I don't know. We didn't do too many film noirs. We did one, maybe 2 film noirs on Wapel. That's I mean, it almost just looks like mud spatters now on his clothes. And well, look at that palette. It's almost like a collection of grays, except for the lighter yellow there. Now, look at what's revealed when the color comes back. Actually, this is going to be an interesting tool for film noir, because all of the vials, well, they look exactly alike once you take all the color away, with all the same shading and such. Thank you so much, Valde. Appreciate you being here. Now, again, this was another interesting one because of our sort of copper there. Man, look at that. Now, when we bring this back, we'll have the orange, we'll have our sky blue and everything else. So, Valde, I hope that you're doing very, very well on your Sunday. Maybe getting some painting in, maybe getting some playing of games in, maybe both. because both would be great. Oh yeah, that's a well. Actually, hey, surface tension. That is the Welsh Landic color wizard right there. The Welsh Landic color wizard. He just goes around. He flies around everywhere. Surface tension, bringing all kinds of edge contrast. Yeah, well, we'll just. I think his nickname is Edgy. Surface tension. Yeah, the Welsh Landic wizard is just. His name is Edgy, and he just goes around creating contrast through edges. Hard edge versus soft edge. So surface tension. Do I have to create a figure of a wizard with a chainsaw? Now, of course, Grand Oracle. Do not forget. Do not forget. Cadmium gray shade. It's only available in Welshlandia. It's not available anywhere else. Well, Volde, that's fantastic. Actually, Volde, I mean, if you wanted to share any of those things in the chat, so people can kind of check them out, whatever, that would be fabulous too. So, Volde, glad that you've been able to do some painting, and hopefully some of the stuff has been helpful for you too. And the stuff that we're always spouting here. Now, of course, Sectorix speaks the truth because there you go. There it is, the wizard, the flaming chainsaw. Actually, I think there is a chainsaw, right, Recoil? There is a chainsaw. Wow, geez, Recoil, am I going to have to... Well, it's obviously, we can't do it. I don't think you can connect stuff with spell effects, right, Recoil? I think that's something we'd have to sculpt in, but I could at least make the chainsaws. I'm pretty sure there's got to be chainsaws. Now, of course, they would have to be like attached to him somehow. Maybe it wouldn't be necessarily juggling in a conventional sense. Maybe they would just like, again, use the spell effects to connect the chainsaw to his hand. Because I think that was one of the first things I was playing with, Recoil. And so yeah, a chainsaw cannon. That would be that's kind of like like the grape shot or no, the chain shot. Remember in sea battles, you fire the chain shot so that you take down the rigging of the opposing ship. See you later there, Doji. Appreciate you being here, of course. And Doji, if you wanted to share your set one more time before you head out, that would be fabulous. Now, Volde for sure, definitely don't be too worried about that, because everybody has different levels, and of course, everybody starts somewhere. We had no idea 25 years ago what we were doing when we first started painting miniatures. We had to just find our way through it. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. I need a little of this here. Come on. Okay. 2 hours, 13 minutes ago. How much paint did Elessar have on him? He had none. And then there was none. Actually, going to grab me another. I think that one is just about ready to be retired, that particular 18-0. That's great, Doji. Oh, speaking of sales, Grand Oracle, I still need to jump on the fabulous, what I think is, I guess, I don't know, is it Labor Day sale or something like that that's going on with Dick Blick, and get more of those brushes. Because, well, if I would probably need those for said class that we keep talking about here. Oh, that's fantastic, Doji. Yeah, that would be super fabulous. Alright, here we got our brand new one. Now it might need to be broken in a little. But let me see if we can. Yep, sure enough. That already, I think, makes a bit of a difference. Everybody check out the TikTok link there that Valde posted. Okay, let me... A little less thinner, perhaps. Okay, starting to look much more like our Tree of Gondor. So in Gunny's, I think you were going to be trying to do a stream today, right? Everybody please give Inganes a follow. I'm going to bring this down here where I can actually get to it easier. Yeah, maybe not too much thinner on it either. Come on. I'm trying to get our white Tree of Gondor here. But it also needs to be somewhat in shadow. Because there's this big old cloak above it. Which would cast some shadow on it for sure. Well, Inganes, I hope that can still be very fun and enjoyable. At least seeing the kids have fun and such. Up and then over. So happy birthday to the wife there, Inganes. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're starting to get our stuff in place here. Let's do the other side now. It does actually split at the top. So first then, I'm going to do this. Come on. There we go. I'll come down. Nope, I guess we got to refresh again. So cheers, Inganes. And I'm gonna, we need to do the same thing here. Oh, look, it's like we have an eraser. We just say, nope, that is not what we want. We got to change that. I'm going to push this further down, and that's more like it. Yep, that is more like it. I need to thin it down a little more. Ah, there we go. Right consistency. Now, time for more branches. This not so much with shadows, because we don't have a big old cloak sitting over the top of it. No need to worry about that so much. Gotta make sure we get our stars, and I think they are, well, 4 pointed stars with then like the 4 minor points inside the 4-pointed star. Come on. There we go. Now that's gonna. Oh, time to do more erasing. We'll erase those. Straighten out that trunk there. Up and over. Like you do. There we go. Oh yeah, this also gets some of our light here too. Now thanks Valde. We have to do it 3 times here, here, and then up there. Yeah, so there's we just been kind of waiting. We sort of sketched it out earlier. Now we're kind of getting into a little bit more of the detail of it. So again, initially it was just kind of sketched out. And again, a little programming note for the Monday stream. It's going to be back to our Battlestar Galactica stuff. Again, here was our ship that we did this Monday. We're going to have another Galactica ship. I'm going to see if I can't maybe print out some Ghost Fleet ships. That would be super fun if we could do that. So this one, remember the one I did? Ooh, it was that Boromir. I think we did it last week. These are all from Navarrete Studios. So that is Boromir, Captain of the White Tower. And then we've got our Aragorn here again. Those are all from Navarrete Studios. Now this is a Diwali. Remember, this is Happy Shadowfax. That's not Grumpy Shadowfax. This is Grumpy Shadowfax here. Was that the Loki recoil, or was that the? Well, I can't reach it from here. Was that the Ranger class battleship? It wasn't the atomic carrier, that's for sure. I don't remember which one it was then. So which way does this go? It kind of goes this way then. Up and then over. Oh, so Galactica Actual. Okay. Well, thanks for the fill-in, Recoil. Yeah. Surface tension. I did do a Wappleville School of Culinary Arts, and of course it misspelled school. I think you saw it. Yeah, I think you heard that. That it misspelled school. It spelled it with a D, so it gets a D in spelling. Yeah, I think you heard that. That was unexpected to say the least. Surface tension. I'm like, okay, you spell book with 3 O's. But to spell school with a D, I'm not really sure what it was thinking there. Again, that's got shadow on there, so we don't want to do too much. Let's have that branch come down. The same deal there. And actually, we're going to come back and we are going to get some of this and some of this. And we are going to change this around again. I'm going to push that further down. Okay, that's good. Recoil, I don't think you've ever seen the blood and chrome stuff. Actually, Recoil... Oh, no. There was... I think it actually does... Yes, actually, yes. Recoil. It does show Adama in the first Cylon War because he's a brand new pilot. He was a rookie pilot there, Recoil, in the first Cylon War. So yeah, and that was in Blood and Chrome. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Recoil. Now that was it was a bummer that they never got a chance to do that series at all, right? Like Caprica. Oh, geez, that's right, Recoil. I still wanted to see if I could find Caprica. Well, I mean, I have the DVDs, but I have to find the DVDs first. But yes, Caprica. Now let's get our stars going here for our fabulous White Tree of Gondor. And remember, again, we actually did the White Tree of Gondor diorama. We did 10 Fountain Court Guard. No, I think we did 11 ultimately, plus Denethor. Come on, in you go. Now we gotta. I think I might just use this to create those. Let me get this. Now we have to cut in some little insets here on these. Kind of already did that on the other side. Okay, there we go. Try to get more of our light on this here. That bit there. Surface tension. Remember we were gonna. Oh, that's right. Surface tension. We're just gonna stop. You can stop AI dead in its tracks with the thesaurus. Yeah, you just. It's kind of like you hold up a cross in garlic or something like that to a vampire. Just hold up a thesaurus and AI will just collapse. It will literally just. It'll just disintegrate on the spot. Grand Oracle. Boo, I don't know. Did you ever? You remember when I did the? It was that new version of the Necromancer. That was also Navarrete Studios, and I don't know if you. We were talking about. Well, not the about the oh yeah Smaug. So the Smaug that you saw in that video series that is from Navarrete Studios. So yeah, I've done a bunch of Navarrete Studios figs, that's for sure. Oh, I got all the Dull Amroth stew, Grant. All the Dull Amroth stuff too. Not stew, but too. From Navarrete Studios. Let me do this. I think he actually has another. Is it a Cave Drake Grand Oracle? Yeah, I think it's a Cave Drake. I'm fairly certain it's a Cave Drake. Again, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Look at that. Look where my hand is on that thing. So Grand Oracle, I think that's his Radagast one, right? I actually printed that out. Grand Oracle, it's huge. It's gigantic. And then I also printed out, again, the Papal 3D version of Radagast on Gwahir. So it's going to be interesting. Gandalf better keep himself very scarce, Grand Oracle, when we're painting that. Otherwise, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble there. If he shows up while we're painting that, could get ugly. So they're about 32 Grand Oracle. It's almost like they're kind of like Dark Sword figures. They're true scale, but they're bigger. So again, the hands, the swords are going to be very small, but the figures themselves are, I don't want to say they're giant, but they're definitely, in some cases, bigger than say, the GW equivalents, for sure. Need a little something lighter on that blood channel down there. Try this again. Bring it all the way to the end there. Something even lighter on the end of the sword there. And then a little more something here too. Oh yeah, on these gauntlets here. Start doing a little something on the chainmail, then I might try to change a little bit of the color on the pauldrons there too. So yeah, Grand Oracle, it's all, I mean, it looks kind of large scale, but it is miniature scale. Again, it's kind of like Dark Sword stuff. It's going to be somewhat taller. I mean, this Elessar, if he was standing next to like a typical Gondor GW plastic Gondor guy, he would tower over him, which I guess he should. He is more Numenorian. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I never had a chance to paint Aragorn as King Elessar. In all the years I've been doing MESBG stuff, this is the first chance I'm actually getting. I've only ever painted Aragorn as, do we have, where is he here? As Fellowship Aragorn. No, that's Boromir there. I think I've painted him like with the one, remember the Ammon Hen version? There was our Moria Fellowship, but I've never actually painted the King Elessar version. Actually, I was about to make this all gold Grand Oracle, and I keep looking at all the references. It's silver. Actually, a friend of mine, he has a replica of this Grand Oracle. It's gigantic, for one thing, but yeah, your hilt and everything and the handle is not actually gold. I was just about instinctively right, Grand Oracle, to make it that, and then I looked and I was like, nope, that's not actually gold there. All right. Oh, and by the way, 2 hours 33 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. 2.5 hours, that's all we've been doing here. So Volde, they come from all over the place. There's obviously all the 3D printing stuff. We also do conquest as far as just regular produced miniatures, cast miniatures, whatever you want to call it. Dark Sword, conquest. Well, obviously GW stuff. Mostly 3D printed though, because it's a whole lot easier to deal with prepping mass amounts of figures than to try and actually assemble mass amounts of figures. And again, sign up for the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Go subscribe to that. There are no ads there. But if you want to see all the stuff we've been doing, again, like I'll say, all of our fabulous Spacescape, we've done 5 of these now. So 4 Spacescapes, 1 stream. We have done that now 5 times. And the only place you're going to be able to watch those is on that YouTube channel because again, Twitch took away highlights, so we had to go somewhere with them, and it ended up being on the YouTubes. Now I'm going to try and get me some of this green maybe here on the some of our base. We haven't really done anything much on this. I want to do some cracks on here too, and just give this a little chance to set, and then we'll come back and do more on certain things. We don't want to do too much light stuff in places where it should be in shadow, so we got to be always mindful of that. Don't be putting a lot of lights where there would normally be shadow. So really, the 3D printer is handy in a whole bunch of ways, especially even if you never print a single miniature. The handy thing is basing bits like that. So that tree, the plants, that twig there, those are all 3D printed. Same here. Those birch trees, the bog myrtle bushes, all that stuff is 3D printed. The miniature is too. And then, of course, well, here we go. We've got this one, which has not just the flowers, but I think it's 4 bunnies and a fox. Those are all 3D printed, all basing bits. I mean, even this right here, I believe there's 7, even as small as this is, there's 7 printed basing bits on here. Oh yeah, I do not have one of those surface tension, but I can only imagine just shall we say, the start that would give ye old greyhound. So have a decent walk there, surface tension. Appreciate you being here. Well, we'll see you on your Tuesday / Armada Mondays. So have a good one there, surface tension. So like Grand Oracle was saying, make it epic basing, Goon Master games. Oh, and Zabavka. Yes, don't forget Zabavka. Now, Goon Master and Zabavka, those you got to kind of shrink them down a little bit. Make it epic basing. If anything, those are almost on the smaller side. Now, they're not like too small or anything, but you might want to again consider with the Zabavkas and the Goon Master, especially if you're using them for Lord of the Rings, you're gonna have to maybe shrink those down at least 10%, maybe 15%. And those, again, those basing bits are really, really, really crucial. You can also print out texture rollers. I wonder if that's why GSW gave up on making new texture rollers. That is possible. Let's get something lighter here now on our... I think we'll go stone, not marble. Yeah, just stone there. It's a blending brush of some kind here. Nope, this brush. Maybe a little later right in there. And we don't want to get too much light stuff in here because that's all kind of in shadow. We'll do it here. So Grand Oracle, it's possible that next Saturday we'll be doing our first APCC challenge. That's what we'll call it, the APCC challenge, where we see if we can paint 11 football players. Don't know if that will work, but it would be hilarious to try. which means a very much an exercise in freehand. There's going to be a lot of freehand. And we will be using the GPTs to create some uniforms because I want to try and find some real interesting fonts for the numbers instead of just like the usual type of fonts that you see. I want to do something a little more different. Nope, that is not. Here we go. Let's get some of this. Almost kind of like a raw umber type of thing here. Get some of that going on the hair and the beard and also the face itself there. We actually have some blue on there. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I want to say I've got probably 7 collections of theirs. Do I have it here? No, I don't have it one out and easily available. But there's one. It's Aragorn on those stairs. Do I have him here? No, I don't see him. But you have to use those a bunch of times. So painting miniatures since 2001, basically. Painting regular art for as long as I can remember. I mean, going back, let's see. Do I have one of those? Well, I do have this one. We have this paint. This is one of the paintings that I did when I was 13. Where's my ship painting here? Or did I already pass by it? There it is. So that was a oil painting I did when I was 13 there. There was another one, but it takes a while to scroll up to that. So I've been painting for just a little while. Needless to say, I was not 13 in 2001. Grand Oracle, I don't think I've ever used any of the toppers, only the bits. So I could not give you any advice on that one there, Grand Oracle. I'm pretty sure that I've never gotten the toppers. And we're doing more of our little glints of light here on his crown. Let me see if we can try and start to get some lighter things going on the face here too. Not too light. We don't want to make that too chalky there. Let's push some of that around. Get a little bit more of my light there. Now let's try and get some more light down there too. On the inside of that sword handle there. Yeah, the miniature painting has been going on for quite some time, and it's changed a whole lot over the course of those years, especially with the 3D printing, right, Grand Oracle? I mean, what that allows. And then you got crazy things like those practice texture plates, Grand Oracle. That was certainly nothing like that. I do believe it was basically April of, well, technically March of 2020. So almost, well, no, actually pretty much about 5.5 years now. it's scary to think that not long from now it'll be closer to 6 years than 5 years of live streaming on Twitch. Then we were actually doing Facebook Live before that. We were doing YouTube Live before that. It's been a little while of streaming on Twitch. And Armored Wolf says, well, yeah, I've had to listen to every word of it for 5.5 years, so we want to thank Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on Twitch, for helping to make that possible. However, Armored Wolf, it did actually manifest kind of favorably when we did our test class, right? It was kind of like Armor. It was like he just like opened up a box of oil paints and just started using them. Like, forget the instructions, forget everything else. I'm just gonna start using them. I'm sure that's what it must have felt like to like Melissa Charity and stuff. They looked over and they're like, wait a minute, what's he doing there? I don't know if it also felt a little bit weird to like, okay, well, geez, now actually I have the stupid paint in my hand. At least I get to do them now. Trying to get not too much lighter stuff in Aragorn's hair. We don't want to turn him into like a blonde-haired dude, but we have mostly just dark, and then we gotta get some reflected light over on his bracer there too. Yeah. Fine, we'll try to get some a little lighter up there, maybe. Now let's try. Oh no! Let's try the eye again here with this. Camden, what were some of the? I know there was you had to kind of par the. I think instead of 5, it was 3, right? That you ended up getting before. Maybe just kind of look at and get the ones that you didn't get a chance to get on that last go round. No, that don't go there. But we can come back and cut some of it away with our darker stuff now. We need to juice that back up with some of our thinner. And again, the thinner is for thinning the paint, not cleaning the brushes. Which way do we have them looking? We actually have them looking this way. Let's get a few more darks in his beard / mustache there. Come back at it here with more of this kind of green, almost greenish gray. Take that out too, and there's another funky little edge on the nose there. Well, Camden, there's the Indanthrone blue. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Were you thinking about the cobalt blue? I don't remember if you were thinking about that. I think you already got yourself a Perline black, but Indanthrone blue is in Richardson. It's in. I think Gamlin has it, but I know that Windsor Newton does. Actually, no, Gamlin does have Indanthrone blue. That's right. I'm gonna have to cut away some of that star there. And again, well, I know that we're always our own worst critics all the time, but be sure to give yourself a little bit of leeway, a little bit of breathe-in space there. Yeah, don't be too hard on yourself. Actually, Grand Oracle, wasn't the Williamsburg and Danthron Blue like insanely expensive? Let's see, what was Richardson was like a Series 4 or something. Where's my Richardson? It should be here somewheres. No, that's all gambling stuff. No, that's all violets over there. Not able to find, for whatever reason, the Richardson in Danthron Blue, which is a Series 3. Okay, so that's the Richardson version. And again, I know I got the Gamlin version, and then I'm pretty sure I've got the Windsor Newton version. And everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Now, Camda, we're going to be trying to do any more test streams over the weekend. Just again to see what's working and maybe what needs adjusting. And get a bit of our later star over there. So again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. And now what I might be doing here in just a second is, again, I might go get me a little bit of a refill there. A little bit of a refill on the medicine so that we don't end up sleep streaming. It was pretty close. It was pretty close on the stream last night. And again, sleep streaming is not quite as effective as actual streaming because that involves me being asleep. So I think we want to try to avoid that if possible. There we go. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of... This is where most of the modifications are going to have to be, right, as to all the White Tree of Gondor stuff. We'll have to make some changes here and there, adjust things as we kind of go along. Yeah, Inkanes, that would be... would not complain about that for sure. But yeah, the medicine... Now, of course, the other thing I gotta do is I have to start digging out those cough drops that I have stored away in all of the convention stuff still. Because while this medicine works for, well, again, hopefully not falling asleep on stream, it's less effective than our other medicine for keeping the voice going. So, and that's well, that's what we're going to be putting in there is some more of the, was it the Monster Viking Berry? We'll be doing some more of that for, again, purely medicinal reasons. Is that going to be Lena? No, not quite. So, let me grab some of that, put that in here. Now, again, we do have some of the fabulous Perling Crimson on the palette, all Series 6 of it. What I like about the obviously flavor is nice, but when you look at the other nutrients in it, like the vitamin, there's like 10 different vitamin B's in there, and it seems like it's about 5 times your daily quotient of it, which is extra helpful too. So yeah, we'll get ourselves some more of that. I'm not sure I want to do a whole lot more lighter stuff on the underside of the cloak here, given the whole, well, it's in shadow thing. Not too much of that. Maybe a little bit along the edge of the cloth there. And if this doesn't seem to make it light enough, I'll go back the other way, and I'm going to darken up, which I actually am going to do. I'm going to grab here some of our fabulous Perline Crimson, and we're just going to darken this, which makes more sense to do that than to just keep making it lighter and lighter until it's basically pink. We don't want that. Okay, so now we've got that here, maybe a little more cut off there. These up here, those are very, very flat there. We got to get something going on those, which might take the form of, say, this. Like so, let me get rid of whatever is on that brush there. And we'll even use this brush as its own micro blending brush. Nope. This blue. Almost spaced on that. We want our sky blue here. A little bit of it on that gauntlet there. This too. Tone that down, and then reflect. Oh, actually, red. Gee whiz, that's right. That's the underside of the cloak. Should have red there, and also some of that red here, and also a little bit of it over there. So Camda, was that another autocorrect monster, or was that another mishap there? Camda, I don't remember. I think it might have been Michael Paintsmith. Somebody had a cat do the proverbial walk across the keyboard, and we all looked at that. We were trying to figure out what in the world they were trying to say with their chat thing, and we all speculated that that might have actually been a cat, and sure enough, it was a cat walking across the keyboard. So yeah, that was not the autocorrect monster taking over his chat. That was the cat took over his chat there. Although there is something about the flying blendingas, Camda. That's is that a family that just does blending paints? They don't do anything else but blend paints. The flying Belingas, or no, sorry, the flying blendingas. Or is that one of the more feared factions of Wampoville there, Camda, the blendingas? Was it? Oh no, they're heroics. Yes, like the Helmingas From Rohan, yes, the Helmingas. That's the Blendingas. They're just a bunch of blending brushes. Um, Here we go. Let's see. They smooth out all the surfaces, right, Canva, and they make the crime go away. They make it smooth. The Blendingas. They're able to cover up all of their crimes. That's it, Camda. That's how they're able to cover up all their crimes with the blending brush. Who knew that the blending brush actually had its origin in Crime Syndicate? We keep learning new stuff every day on the channel, right, Camda? Now we were talking about getting some cracks and other stuff in the stone here. I'm gonna take some of the Van Dyke brown, some of our Mars black, and we're gonna try to do that. Especially here in these stones, they're all busted up. How do they not have any cracks in them? Let's do that here. Again, trying to bust these things up a little bit here. And well, if you want to see the Blendingas in action, you can see them very much on the Patreon videos. You do that Army Painter pledge level there. Bring snacks because you're going to be busy for a while, because if there's not 2,500 hours of videos, there soon will be, because you're getting every video, if you do that Army Painter pledge, that I've ever filmed since 2013. That's how long we've been doing the video stuff. And there's usually between 20 or more hours of new videos every month. So again, if you have binge watched all of your Netflix or whatever streaming stuff, this is something you can never binge at all, because there is too much new stuff being produced for you to be able to just binge it all. Yeah, Camda, that's a nice hard edge you got there. It'd be a shame if something was to happen to it, right, Camda? Let me do some more of that little bit of darker stuff there. Let's see, where are we? We're going to be doing another new Lord of the Rings series. We're going to be doing some Wolves of Isengard, and we're going to be doing the, again, kind of like what we did. Whoops, where we go? With that, we got the fiery bases and everything, lots of OSL, and we're also going to be doing casualties. Yes, well, that's going to be the first army painting series that kind of emphasizes the whole casualty thing. That's some nice color contrast you got there, Camda. It'd be a real shame if somebody was to film noir that, right? Nope, that is too late. But that is no problemo, because I'm going to take this here. And speaking of the Blendingas, here we go. See, the Blendinga, the crime of too much light color there is now wiped away by the Blendingas. There you go, look at that. The Blendingas just made that go away. We need a little something on this here. Nope, gotta thin that down. Breaking this down. Here, let me get the top edge on this. Like so. So Volde, I don't almost never bother doing that. Now, if it's something that has shiny colors on it, say like phthalo green or quinacridone magenta sometimes has a shine to it, then I might use a little bit of the army paint or anti-shine. Otherwise, I don't use any of that stuff because the oil paints are very, very, very rugged, far more than, say, the acrylic paints. So I don't bother doing any kind of sealing or anything. We didn't really do all that much with acrylics, come to think of it. Yeah, we didn't really do it all that often there either. So yeah, Grand Oracle. You know what? They're you know what? Grand Oracle. It was like it's like pirate bits or something like that. Those might have come with some toppers. Grand Oracle. So yep, Voldy. They're all oil paints, regular oil paints, artist oil paints out of the tubes. Get this going right here. And again, 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 53 seconds ago, he looked just like this. So we primed them both at the same time with the same primer color that I mixed together. So that is what he looked like. There's, again, that's Boromir, Captain of the White Tower. He looks a little bit different now, doesn't he? Than he did just 3 hours ago. Trying to get me a little bit more. There we go. Of our lightest color out here on the edges of the stone that are not subject to shadow of the horse, of the cloak, of any of those overhanging objects. And again, that's just a Sculpey base. It's not printed or anything like that. That's old-fashioned Sculpey. So Volde, they're actually much cheaper because you're not getting 400 colors. You're not even getting 100 colors. I've got maybe 12 on the palette, and that's it. Maybe 12. I don't know, maybe 13, something like that, on the high side. You're getting well. Let's put it this way. All right, we'll just grab a random color. So this Venetian red. It's a series 1. If I get this on Dick Blick, this giant tube, which will last me, even me, it might last me years and years and years. This is maybe something like 7-ish hours, maybe 8 hours max on Dick Blick. Again, this is something that will last years, or you could get those self-spilling jars of contrast paint for like $10 a piece that might only last you a matter of weeks. Now, of course, with the oil paints, we do recommend. Remember that value study figure that I showed you? I strongly recommend. I mean, it's good for acrylics too. It doesn't hurt there either. But you will definitely want to do things like the color charts here, because again, they reveal a lot. They don't just reveal what the color looks like. They reveal, okay, how strong is it? Like you can see, this is a very weak color. This is kind of mid, and this is kind of a stronger one here. This is pretty strong, that royal orange, and well, look at that. Diox purple is very strong, and then the phthalo green, not so much. Perline black, very strong. Same thing with indigo here. So those are the kind of things that you learn when you do those color charts. And again, they're super handy, and then they make a nice little visual reference later on. Now again, what I think I'm going to do here is I'm just going to grab a little bit more of our medicinal stuff right here because oh, see you later there, Grand Oracle. Well, here's a toast there. One last toast there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here, Grand Oracle. I will see you on the Monday stream. Now again, we will be right back. I just want to again, we need to get a little bit more medicine here, so don't go away. We shall return. Hey there, Tifu. Sorry it's been a rough night there for you. Here's hoping this can make it a little bit more chill for you there, Tifu. So Valde, there's Gamlin and Windsor Newton. They're just student grade colors. They call them starter sets. Now there's some options. There's also, of course, now for much nicer paints. That's not this level. I think here we go. Now these are much more expensive. However, the Williamsburg starter sets, and there's several different types. These are the actual regular oil paints. They're smaller tubes, but this is the genuine article here. So there's no difference between that and then, say, their regular paint. So these two tubes are the same thing. Gamblin, Windsor Newton, any of those other ones that have starter sets, that's going to be more of a student grade. Now there's also, again, we use a lot of the Alkyd paints. You got the Griffin Alkyds, but then there's this, and Camda knows all about these because Camda found these. So these are sets of paint. This is Paul Rubens. You can get these on Amazon. These are also Alkyds, which are easier for beginners. We've done some tests on this, and we've talked a lot about it. It is definitely easier for beginners trying the Alkyds. So these are available. That's a set on Amazon that you can get. I think right now they're like that big giant set is only 70 something bucks. There's like 30, almost 40 paints in there, which again is sort of a steal in comparison. So Tifu, here again. I hope that hopefully your Sunday turns out better than your Saturday did. And again, happy Sunday to everybody. Well, it is. We're 2.5 hours into Sunday here. Camda, I know I have mentioned it many times, but still don't understand why this sound does not work. Here, let me. Yeah, the only way it works is if I click on it, and it should work, and it never has. And I still have no idea why, Camda. It's only been 5.5 years. Still don't know why that did not work. So Volde, I use them on absolutely everything. Take a look at this here. That is painted with the exact same oil paints that we are using on Elessar right here. And that is a 1/1800 scale ship. So that's normally about 850, 60 feet long. That's about 6 inches long. So I think that's well past 5mm scale. And it also, again, works on much larger things like our busts. It works on terrain. Also, too, again, we have our Battlestar Galactica. You can kind of see again the size of that. That's probably a couple thousand feet long, that ship right there. And then again, we use it on terrain. We use it on all kinds of fun stuff. Here we use it on our Battlefleet Gothic ships there. Where's our there's our Tau ships that we did. Again, larger busts. And then terrain. We've done tons of terrain with it. There's our Eldar vehicle. Again, tons of, there's more terrain and the dwarves. Oh, look at this, some hobbit holes all painted with the oils. Look, more tiny ships painted with the oils. It's much easier to do larger stuff and smaller stuff with the oil. Well, it's just easier for everything, right, Camda? Everything's easier with it. So Tifu, that's a creature caster bust. Tifu, that's part of the Patreon page there. The Road to Resin Beast series. There was that, and then there was that other creature caster figure. Actually, Tifu, that was where we were really putting the Paul Rubens to the test for the first time, especially the fluoros. Voldy, now again, Voldy, you want to those, like, again, the color charts. Start with smaller, less complicated figures, right? Don't say, yeah, I'm gonna do my 3,000 points of Grey Knights in oils for the first time. That's probably going to be difficult. And then again, the color charts too. And of course, well, on the Patreon page, we might have a few hundred videos just on the oils. There's tons of videos on the acrylics too. It's not just the oils. So yeah, Tfue, I think that was a 6-part series. And we did that bust. We did that very complicated creature caster piece there. And that was, again, a big test of the Paul Rubens. As I get more light up here, we haven't really done a whole bunch on this. Now, again, that was done with the Paul Rubens Floros. And again, these available on Amazon right here. Those are the Paul Rubens, because those are not shipped outside the USA. This 155 ml tube, you can also get these on Amazon. This tube is $22. This tube, almost the same size, is more like $2. So there's a difference. Again, I'm not good at math, but I'm sensing that there's one digit missing in one price that is not in the other price. Again, math is not my expertise. I think on my SATs, the language and reading comprehension, all those kind of scores were like 30 something, and well, the math stuff was somewhat lower. Just a bit. Tfue, we just kind of speculated that maybe the fact that they don't just dry faster, they also set faster, would make stuff a lot easier for newer folks, right? Like you're saying, and man, oh man, that has really manifested itself in a big way. And again, that test that we did, and many thanks to Armored Wolf and the Alaska crew for doing that little bit of a test there. That showed, their stuff, right, Armored, the next day, it wasn't like bone dry, but those busts were mostly dry enough to handle and take home by Monday. And, well, the class was still technically going on Monday at like a little bit after midnight. Oh, we need some kind of little bit of light in there. Not a ton, but something. And again, Tfue, here's hoping that Sunday, you kind of get a chance to rewind a bit, recover a bit, regroup, all that stuff. Oh yeah, like the General Grant at Shiloh. Yeah, he's like they really stomped on us today, but we'll lick them tomorrow. Be like General Grant. Volde, there's if you're using the Alkids. Now, this won't be completely dry tomorrow. There'll be some parts of it, because not everything on here is Alkids. But, okay, we were painting this last night. Let's start touching stuff. Okay, so that's a little bit wet. That should still be a little bit wet there. That's mostly dry there. Yeah, this is all dry down here. Yeah, that's all dry over here. That's, again, some of it's a little bit tacky, but again, we were still painting this less than 24 hours ago. Now, that was maybe 21 and a half hours ago. I think we were still painting him. Because I'm pretty sure that the stream ended around 4 something in the morning. And it's 2:38 now. It's a little bit later than I thought it was right now. Yeah, Tifu, when the pets start, when the special diets come out, that gets tricky. Now, some friends of mine, they have, 5 cats or something like that. And it gets extra tricky trying to make sure that cats that should not be having the special stuff don't get at that. So I sympathize with the folks that have to try and manage that with multiple cats. I'd say it's difficult enough with one cat. Let me do a little... careful there. Try this again. We need some roots there. And again, for the figures that are simple, maybe figures that have large cloaks on them, not a lot of tiny little things. So not like a bunch of filigree. At least for your first ones, you want to again ease your way into it. If you got Reaper bone, actually, Valdi, you got a bunch of Reaper figures. You got Reaper bones or something. Just mess around, even if you're not painting the whole figure. And Valdi, the other thing too is that once the oils are dry, if you want to put acrylics over the top of that, just put acrylics over the top of it. It's all just paint. Once the oils are dry, they're just like acrylics. They're just paint. And if you say, nah, okay, from this point here, maybe I need it for a D&D game the next day or something, well, then you just do the acrylics. It's dry. You don't have to worry about it. And yes, I still do new acrylic videos because, this was part of a brand new, it's one of the, I think this was the latest video on the Patreon page right here. It was, again, the raw materials for our latest Flat Thursday challenge. Yeah, Tifu, with the Kathy situation, we really learned a ton about all the different types of steroids. There are vast differences between them, and ironically enough, that side effect there, Tifu, that was one of the things we were looking for. That was actually a desired side effect. Among other things. Let me see something here. Let me do this. There we go. Yeah, okay. Boom, that really helped there. That really helped. Do I want to... That can't all just be that super light color there. We need more of something else, and kind of going with the sky blue. Oh yeah, this too. Holy smoke, that really is way too light there. Let's see. Recoil. What's that stuff called? And it is a real. Oh, it's potpourri. Is that what that's kind of that same stuff there? Recoil. Yes, I think it's called potpourri. Check out on YouTube their commercials. So Volde, just again some natural advantages of the oils. They are going to be again far more durable, which matters. Okay, especially like this. I mean, there's no base to hold this by. You gotta hold it by the figure itself. If you got oils on it, this is one of my tutorial. Actually, it's a tutorial series on the Patreon page. That's all done with the oil paints. Yeah, recoil. That is that kind. Well, this is something. I guess you pour it in there, and then it's supposed to essentially kind of trap any of the nasties in there. I guess if you want to call it that. We never got anything lighter up on the top of the horse's mane here. How's about we do that? A little something lighter there. There we go, and it's kind of the same stuff we were using over there. Now we also need to start thinking about. I don't have Perlian black out here. We'll have to create that with my Indian yellow. There you go. All right, and now we'll use a little bit of the. I almost said Hansa yellow. No, that's the Naples yellow. Holy man, that would have been embarrassing. All right, is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, so it's a little bit of. It's actually yes, we're putting a little bit of greenish color there in the shadow area on the horsey here. Recoil. Don't be too embarrassed by that. I think there's been several different home products I've been humbled by over the last couple of weeks. That's for sure. Did it? Fine. We'll put a little bit of that kind of greenish stuff under there. Again, this is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. Navarrete Studios, really fabulous stuff. And there is some non Lord of the Rings stuff. I do believe on Navarrete there is some stuff on there that's not all just Lord of the Rings. Obviously, this could be any king on a horse. It doesn't have to be Aragorn. We could paint him up like a Bretonian king or something like that. Thanks, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Again, that's where this is going to reside. If you want to watch this after today, you will have to go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. There will never be ads there. There is a search engine there, which actually can help you find stuff that you're looking for a little bit easier than the old days when we had our 4,539 hours of stuff on Twitch. Recoil, there has to be some kind of graphic for that recoil. We need some kind of weird master graphic that basically somehow shows everything that the channel is, just in one shot or something. No idea how that would work, Recoil. No clue. But this week, well, no, this last month, holy smokes, talk about home repairs. This has been a massive home repair channel. Because there's been a lot of, let's see, there was all of the crack repair, the outside digging ditches, the garden stuff, doing the hydraulic cement, raising the sidewalk, then using the hydraulic cement again to fix. Actually, that's another thing. Hydraulic cement. If you have, say, damaged drywall in a shower, bathtub area, something like that, and you don't want to rip out all the stinking drywall and replace all that, you can actually use the hydraulic cement because the hydraulic cement, I found out, if you mix it super thin, it's almost like a slurry. And you can almost pour that stuff in and it kind of bonds to the drywall. And all of a sudden, your drywall becomes concrete. So, yes, that is the experiments just don't happen with paint, right? Recoil, they happen with everything. That's why this is also a home repair channel. I'm going to make that a little darker. Also, here, we did that with the reds. I'm doing that now with the lighter whites here. Yeah, recoil, that was, I made that discovery by desperation, like all discoveries. When I was trying to raise the sidewalk and I went, okay, this sidewalk chunk that I need to put back here is not in the right position. How can I make this not set in the like 2 minutes 30 seconds? So I just threw a bunch of water in there. And I'm like, okay, now it's a slurry. That's going to be no good. Then I poured it on there and it worked great. I mean, I literally just poured it and went right down into the little crack and everything. It was perfect. So Tfue, yes, if you want to know about ice jams, actually, I don't think you're going to have to worry about ice jams there. Yeah, scrap that. I think that's one thing you won't need to worry about. But yes, as you can see, we have, well, and we'll be doing some kitchen flooring over the winter. But it will be your casa there, Tfue. It will not be easy to maintain, but it is your casa, and that's kind of the important thing. Let me try to sneak a little, some kind of light there. That's getting too light. Let's go back a little bit of our, here, Van Dyke Brown. Tone that down just a smidge there. And maybe a little less scowly on him here. Let me see if this will be enough. Yeah, well, there we go, okay. Little less of a scowl. We need some light under there too. So yeah, Tfue, back when the computer graphics place was put out of business by the PC, yes, the advent of the PC put them out of business because all the ad agencies could do what they did just, well, without having to deal with us. And I had to immediately find gainful employment, and that was with one of my Academy of Art teachers who happened to have a home remodeling business. And when I started there, I literally didn't know which way you turn the screwdriver to tighten or loosen the screws. Within a year, it was actually the lead carpenter there. They would just send me to a house and say, here's all the drywall, here's all the plaster, and here's your metal studs that you like so much. Go frame that out and drywall that and plaster that. Meanwhile, everybody else will work on one house and not do half the stuff. So Voldy, I sure wish that the first things I had actually were the Paul Rubens. Now it's at the time when I first started, I was doing a different painting method. Obviously here, the Paul Rubens are very attuned to this method right here. Again, well, We wish we knew about the Paul Rubens just, well, years and years ago, right? Right, Camda? And oh, and of course the thinner. Something like this. Not the cheap, nasty stuff. This is from Speedball. That's the primary brand. And again, odorless thinner. High quality odorless thinner. And we do not use lots of it. This is how much, what, 3 hours, 38 minutes. We've used this much. That's a water bottle cap. For cleaning the brushes, we do not use thinner. We use this. We use it. Oh, look at this. It still works for your acrylics. Also not hazardous, no vapors. The only way you're going to have vapors is if you, shall we say, have too many frosted mini wheats along with some, maybe some chocolate covered raisins. In that case, that might be different. So that's the and now if you're overseas or something like that, you cannot get things like the Mona Lisa. You can get something like, oh, actually I got it right here. That's from Scale 75 AK Interactive MIG ammo. Yes, the MIG ammo. That was the first thinner I ever used. Now I prefer the Mona Lisa stuff, but if you can't get it, you can't get it. And the MIG ammo is it's a possible substitute there. Now you can see there, Armored Wolf was kind enough, bestest moderator on the Twitches, to post the links to Amazon purchases of said Mona Lisa. So this right here, this is just it's the darker primer method instead of the pre-glaze method. The pre-glaze method tends to be just basically like a neutral gray type of primer. But as my latest video on the Patreon showed, well, the alkyds are not really primed for something like the pre-glaze method. Better with the darker primer. And again, that all started with the Tomb Kings, especially because there's no way you are doing pre-glaze on that. That's where we first started with the darker primer. Now, it would have been nice if we had the Paul Rubens then, especially for this here, because we would have the Paul Rubens for all the object source lighting. That would have been very nifty. Oh, actually, this is the Indanthren Blue, Camda. This was a video series. Yeah, that had the Indanthren Blue on it. So the most expensive brush we have right now, this is about $4.68 or so on Dick Blick. This is the short liner brush. The short does not refer to the bristles, it refers to the handle. You don't get the short liner brush, you're going to have a telephone pole. You have enough extra wood to build another house. So get the 18-0, and then you can also get things just like these here, these makeup style brushes. We also have the Princeton Filbert brushes too. Oh, thanks, Inganes. Enjoy the birthday stuff as much as you can there, Inganes. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. It's funny, Baldy. Oh, is this it? Oh, I thought I have some of those actually, Baldy, but these are also off of Amazon. What are these? Oh, and then also stuff like that. So yeah, that's mostly what I'm using there, Valde. So Tifu, yeah, that it all started with the Tomb Kings, because I mean there literally was no way to get that. There's no way that brush was getting in there to do that. Well, the sponges, right? It would have destroyed that thing. So it started out as a necessity, and then I realized Tifu, for some folks, when they saw it, well, first of all, it was faster. And Ryan was kind of the first one to participate in that test with me. And he said he noticed a significant improvement in speed. And of course, I noticed that too. And the other thing is you basically don't need to worry about what's a staining color, what's not a staining color. And for folks that are new to this, I lost track of how many times I would have to say there's like 10 staining colors, if that many. You don't have that much to choose from. Don't overthink that. Well, you get rid of that, then you don't. Well, you don't have to worry about people overthinking it, right, Tifu? And Tifu, the most of the, well, I don't want to say most, but a huge portion of the videos lately are the non-pre-glaze variety. Again, especially if you're going to be using the alkyds, because as we showed in that color theory and oils vid, their staining power is compromised at best to almost zilch at worst. Lighter stuff here. There we go. Again, trying to get a little bit of the shiny stuff. Oh, how about here? We are missing that. Light should be hitting that. Let's get these later too. All right. So see you later, the Incarnes. Everybody, please give Incarnes a follow, because Incarnes also does the oil painting. Also give Camda a follow, because Camda also does the oil painting. And Camda is just now kind of testing out all the stream gear and everything else. And soon Camda will be part of the Streamiverse. Helping the Linseed Fellowship combat big acrylic wherever it can be found. So Tifu, just like we did here, and well, same thing we did on Wapelius Spellbrush, and the same thing that we do on our all our Galactica ships there, Tifu, where we dry brush some lighter stuff on there, and then we kind of do some glazes after the fact. We did the same thing on this one too. Basically did almost like a lighter dry brush type thing while that is still wet. Then we kind of do some semi-glaze stuff in there, and again, you'll be seeing it on Monday when we're doing our next Galactica ship. We just take some lighter stuff, we do the dry brush over that, and then we essentially do like a semi-glaze into that. So yeah, Tifu, that's again the nifty thing about it is that some folks have called it the post-glaze Tifu. Instead of pre-glaze, it's post-glaze because well, you're doing it kind of after the fact, right? So yeah, some folks have called it the post-glaze. Let me go back to here. Give me some of this and some of that for the horses. So highlight on the horse's mane here. Let me see if this is going to work. Probably will come back with some darker stuff too. And well, we're starting to get well into hour 3. We're getting close to hour 4, and that's where we're going to be doing some brushstroke maintenance. That kind of usually happens around this time. So Voldy, it's always going to depend. It even depends on the miniature itself, because any kind of thing that's 3D printed takes less time, because the resin is so much more absorbent. The stuff that's going to take the longest time to dry is generally stuff like your plastic miniatures, or especially metal miniatures can take longer to dry. Also, another important note, primer, really you want to be using either the Steinerres or the MIG Ammo One Shot, because they're both the same thing. They're literally made in the same factory by the same people. So yeah, Tifu, we never did the slap chop thing, but I know Camda, you've said that a bunch of times, right? We would call that shaded base coat. That's what we used to call it back in the acrylic days. Yes, it was referred to as shaded base coat. But now, in this era, I mean, I guess we could almost call it that. But the key thing is there, Tifu, that you're sometimes allowing those glazes to mix with those darker colors. Ah, that's good, Valde. That is fantastic. What's not so fantastic is that the autocorrect monster tried going after Recoil. So Recoil says, fine, you go after me, I'm going after you. And Recoil says, yeah, how's about I show what you're doing? Yeah. So Recoil is taking revenge on the autocorrect monster there. Look at him just mashing away at that keyboard. And of course, now Recoil already knew what the Recoil was very familiar with what the autocorrect monster looked like because Recoil made the first image of the autocorrect monster. So Recoil basically kind of hid in waiting. He had all these like special sensors and everything like that, and he waited and waited for the autocorrect monster to appear, and then that is when Recoil pounced and got those critical images of the autocorrect monster. So yeah, Tifu, it really is now of course, but the nice thing is here we're mixing, right, Tifu? We're mixing the whole time instead of just working over something that's just dead paint that you can't do anything to. Right, because you do that dry brush with the acrylic, you can't impact that with what goes over the top of it. Whereas here, right, you start doing that glaze. If you approach it a certain way, you'll be able to do some very nice wet into wet blending. That almost sounds like some kind of a weird dance there, Camda. Either that or some kind of weird stadium cheer, something that's let me see if we can again smooth some of this out a little bit more. So again, all of the freehandy stuff here. Yeah, I think we can get some of this a little lighter. Now I still do have, yes, I still do have the Gamlin Fast Matte White out here. But yes, we noticed I noticed an immediate increase in productivity, as in speed. Ryan, I think he quoted his as something like almost like a 70% increase in speed for him. Now, it's not necessarily for everything. There are certain things that can be enjoy an advantage with the pre-glaze. All of the Zygomores were done with pre-glaze. None of those were primed dark. They were all just primed that lighter gray. And they were done in the pre-glaze fashion. However, they also took weeks to dry because we were using high-powered oils with them like cobalt and cadmiums. And that's the other thing there, Valde. It's you use things like cobalt, cadmium, Egyptian violet, Indian yellow, as in Williamsburg version. Those will take significantly longer to dry, and I mean like a long time. Those are not drying in a day or two or three or four. Those could be a while. Just a couple of things to be aware of, that's all. There's going to be a difference even within the same paint brand, because the Griffin Alkyds are nothing like the regular Winsor Newton oils. I guess the other advantage of Alkyds is they tend to be way cheaper, aka Griffins and Paul Rubens. And by way cheaper, I mean potentially a fraction of the cost. Not so much with the Winsor Newton. Those are maybe, I don't know, 15 to 20% cheaper Paul Rubens, more like 50 to 60% cheaper. So yeah, Tfue Egyptian Violet. It is the king of violets. Everything else is just purple, but there's, well, there's a price to pay. There's the Series 5 price to pay, right, right, Tfue? And then there's the drawing time price to pay. Yeah, recoil. Oh, hey, Armored Wolf. Those last two instavids there between the well, the green and then now the red. Oh, Dragon's Blood, right? That's what it was. Armored Wolf today was Dragon's Blood. I think that's what it was. Sorry, my brain is just, well, it's not braining. It's been brained. I'm more like it now. It's more like that. Meat. That's not gonna be too much, is it? It's pretty. It's kind of almost too much there. Very close to too much. And now, as we get close to the 4-hour mark here, again, what did he look like? Exactly this. So, talking about the darker primer method again. How am I supposed to get at some of this stuff with the pre-glaze and not destroy, rip the horse or snap this banner off? Same thing here. There's only 2 legs attaching that horse to the base. We don't want to, again, snap him off of the base. That would be less helpful, especially on stream. It's generally easier to paint the miniatures when they don't get snapped off the bases, especially on stream live. That's another one of those special pro tips that you only learn here. Where's that other? Okay, there it is. Trying to get the white socks kind of on our horse's legs there. Now we got to get in here with my green again. Horse's hooves there. Can't just be, well, primer brown. We need something on there. We'll try that and see how that works. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I mean, they might work on miniatures because they're mostly just going to stay in your army case, right? Oh, yeah, that's just a little something too. I know people get, oh, that color's not light fast, whatever. It's like, unless you're planning on sticking your miniatures in your living room window, that doesn't matter. Because your miniatures, I'm gonna say they're gonna spend 90% of their life inside a foam case. The case is black, the foam is black. The miniatures, if their color is fading, then you must be on like the surface of Mercury or something. So I don't think that's gonna matter. So Valde, we have tons and tons of it. Actually, let me see. Well, I cannot. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe I can reach one here. Here's one of our. So again, the oils make the skin tones very, very, very easy because you can do all kinds of fun stuff, especially in the shadow areas. It's really, really, really crucial in those shadow areas. We got another one. This one here. Yeah, there you go. So again, in the shadow area, it's so much easier to do those blends there. So was it the early 1800s Armored Wolf that they gave up on him, or was it in the 1700s? I don't remember if she said 17th or 18th centuries. I couldn't, 18th or 19th century. course, it could be neither one of those things, and I'm completely spacing on it, which would not be a surprise. Would not be a surprise at all. More of our little extra bit of reflected light there. We're going to take our blending brush to it now, and then there we go. A little bit of light on the crown back here. Gonna make some adjustments to the tree here. Ah, so 1800s, okay. I thought so. And then all of a sudden I was just like, well, maybe I didn't remember that correctly. But yeah, with the miniature stuff. Now again, let's see what my watercolor. Oh yeah, Dr. Martin's dyes. Yes, we were told. Oh, Dr. Martin's dyes are very transient. They're not very light fast. Well, I've had a painting hanging up next to me here for 25 years or something like that that was done with Dr. Martin's dyes, and it looks just fine because there's not direct sunlight in this room hitting it, so it's just fine. And again, Valde, the nice thing is, let's say you don't even like it for miniatures at all, but you like it for terrain or something else. It works really, really, really well on 3D printed terrain, I'll tell you that. You just got to watch the channel here, again, because we painted I do not like painting terrain with acrylics at all. It takes so much longer with the acrylics than it does with the oils. Would much rather use the oils for that. Now over here, what we are going to do is we're going to kind of tighten up on our the lighter parts of our tree here, but we are going to not use the light color. We're going to use something a little bit more mid-tone-ish. Let's do that here. Is this dark enough, so to speak? Could be a little darker than that. We'll roll with this for now. See, this is again another thing where the oils are very handy because as I'm painting this on there, it's mixing with the color that is already there, which means by default it's getting darker. So freehand can also be easier with the oil paints. The other reason is that you can essentially get the brush to be smaller than it actually is with the oil paints because water has a tension point. We will do our actually we can do our demo. We can do our demo here, Candace. So we will do standard water here. So we'll try to do 2 drops of it. This should be water right here. There's 1, there's 2. Look at that. That's going to sit there until it evaporates, or unless I stick my hand in it. That is not going to go anywhere. We shall now do 2 drops with the thinner. I'll do them over here. There's 1. There's 2. Well, look at that. And it's going to keep expanding until that also just kind of evaporates. That's why we have pin line wash here, not over here. Again, that's just going to keep on expanding. That is thinner. That is water. So you're trying to do like super thin freehand stuff with this, or do you want to do it with this? Your choice. And like Tifa was saying, there is going to be a learning curve. It's especially if you never used the oils before. I know we've mentioned the color charts. We've mentioned doing that value study thing. That really is a good idea. Because you don't want to be struggling right out of the gate, right? That's no fun. Miniature painting is supposed to be fun, not supposed to be a struggle. We don't want to be struggling. We want things to be fun, or at least as fun, as easy as possible. We don't want them to be like trying to get ChatGPT and Copilot and Skynet to work, right, Recoil? We don't want that. We don't want that. Don't make them like that, because they can become that way if you make them like that. I'm going to try and darken this down a bit. That too. So you see how that our tree all of a sudden starting to have some shading on there, right? We're cleaning this up. We're also again getting some shading on there. Ah, that's right, Tifu. And again, Valdez, or the key thing is also going to be thin over thick and vice versa. Now, if the paint dries in between sessions, it doesn't matter. No big deal there. But if you're doing the wet into wet like we're doing, if you do one of those layers that, or an application, whatever, that has a lot of thinner in there, next time you hit that same area, you also want to be patient. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. But you're going to want to make sure that there's less thinner in there, or vice versa. You got really thick paint somewhere. By comparison, you are going to want to make sure you got it to be thinner. Thanks, Valde. Appreciate that. Oh, look at this. See how that's expanded? Look at this. See how that's still sitting there, Valde. It hasn't budged. It has not budged. Again, only if I stick my hand in there is that going to change shape. This, however, you can see it's traveling. It's a moving. It's on the move. Boy, this is significantly darker. This gray here. And very glad for it, because all of a sudden now again our tree here, which is again more in shadow. Look at that. Yeah, big difference there. And here's where the whole hasty hobbit thing comes in. When I first tried to sketch these trees on there, the paint just bounced off of here. It was not sticking at all. I had to wait. Not be a hasty little hobbit. Had to wait. We were patient. And you can see the paint sticks just fine now. But if you keep hammering away at the same area over and over again, it's not gonna end well. And that's the kind of stuff, right, Tifu, right, Camden, that just sort of kind of happens with trying it. People will say, how do I know what the consistency of the paint should be? It's like, well, the miniature will tell you. When the miniature says nope, then you know, okay, I got to make it thinner or thicker, one or the other. As we would say in college football, if the miniature's giving you the Heisman, which actually Recoil, since you can, I think you can do the open palm like this. Recoil, I'm gonna make the Heisman pose. We have to have at least one of our football players in a Heisman pose, for sure. It's kind of a tricky thing, especially at first, right, Camden? The thin versus thick, that kind of stuff. But again, there does come a point where something clicks, and everybody has. Sometimes it's just a single miniature, right, Camden? They'll even remember the miniature where something clicked. I remember. It was a confrontation miniature. Yeah. And I had to do something because, well, time was a wasting, so I had to try something that I hadn't tried before. And all of a sudden I went, that's how these guys work. Okay. So I still kind of, well, it wasn't a miniature, it was a group. But there might just be for you too one single figure where you say, this is where I make that connection, that all important connection, figuring something out. So Valde, that's in every single video, because it's not something that you can just like set up, and it's not something you can just do in one little demo or something. That's every single video. You've been watching it even right now, Valde. Literally right now, we are doing a little bit thinner paint over thicker paint. We're doing, as we speak, we are doing the thin over thick. This over here was actually thick over thin. Over here, this is going to be a little bit, this is going to be thicker over thin right here. And that actually sticks. It will also depend on the paint that you are using, because certain colors act a little bit differently depending on if they are thicker or thinner, especially opaques, because they are just naturally thicker. Oh, see, I just stuck my finger in. Look at that. I stuck my finger in there. It's barely moved. Look at this. That's your thinner. That's the one. I just stuck my finger in that, and it still is barely moved. And of course, well, that's where the bigger brushes do come in. Again, like our big craft brushes here, or the larger filbert brush. Oh, look at there. There's a monster filbert brush right there. But yeah, well, they basically every video that you watch involves thick over thin and vice versa, because that is the way with oils, right? Camda, it is the way. That's a little too much there. We need that narrower like that. Yeah. No problem there, Valde, because it's very helpful for folks to, because well, they might have the same questions, and maybe maybe they're just not in a situation where they can type fast enough to ask the question or something, or they're kind of in a situation where they can only kind of listen to it. They can't really interact, so it's kind of like asking the questions for them. Well, Tifu, yeah. And we've said it plenty of time on stream, right, Tifu? The universe is plenty willing to, if you think you're all that, right? The universe is very willing and able to show you you are not all that, and that there's always something to learn, right, Tifu? Well, heck, the even with the foundry stuff, this right here. So Tifu, doing this is like me using oil paints for the first time. I've never used something like that before. 3D printing, Tifu. Yeah, it was complete mystery. I had no idea what any of that stuff was. And then there was FDM printing, and I had to figure that out. Well, Camda, I hope that I really do hope that it makes a difference for folks, because right, Camda, there's always so many crazy things going on with everybody's daily life. I really want folks to have something that they can just enjoy, and also get that satisfaction, right, Camda? It's not just a fun thing. Okay, a video game, you play it, you're done, that's it. Something like this, right, Camda? You create something like your Balrog and some of your other stuff. Actually, Camda, why don't you post some of your oil painted stuff there in the chat? Come to think of it. But that's something that is there, right, Rico? Just like all the stuff that you've done, all your bases and everything like that, and the painting stuff that you've done, that's just there, and that never goes away. Well, it does if you drop it, or if you give it to somebody else. Tifu, I think it's funny because I was doing that thing with the My Mini Factory sale, and I'm convinced that one of the things I had in my cart or in my collection, no, though in the cart, yeah, the was a Ronin Arts. I'll try to look tonight there, Tifu. I didn't really have that much time last night. I'll try to get, especially since we're getting down to the wire on our fabulous sale, right, Tifu? And you know what? What is? Ah, that's what we're missing there. A little bit of dark there. Also, come on. Whoops. Okay, that was a little more than we wanted. No problem. We'll just go back the other way. There's some red. Well, that's more like pearling crimson there. Tifu, it is, well, as like Armored Wolf says, hashtag no sleep in Wampelville. It literally is a 24/7 kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that I might have gotten to sleep at 9 in the morning. Might have. See there, Armored Wolf can confirm no sleep in Wampelville. That is not allowed here. Actually, it might actually be considered an illegal activity, right, Armored Wolf? How you doing there, Neshlin? Happy Sunday. So great to see you there, Neshlin. Look at this, Neshlin. Brand new Wapelia Spellbrush. Yes, brand new Wapelia Spellbrush figure. And since it was made by moi, we have infinite access to it. So Volde, I'm sure that that kind of, what would you say, that creative outlet is even more crucial in your situation. I mean, now it's really, really super crucial. So I would really want you to have something like that. Oh, 1 second there, Tifu. There we go. So great to see you there, Neshlin. So yes, I think between us, let's see, Armored Wolf and I at a standard convention, let's call it a 4-day convention. Over the course of the, well, also tack on the day before and day after the, so 6 days. If we get 11 hours of sleep over combined, total over the 11 days, that's usually a lot. Wouldn't you say, Armored Wolf? So great to see you there, Nishlin. That is not optimal. That is in fact very suboptimal, but that's how those events go. I am going to try and get this a little lighter over here. So this, that is thicker paint there. And this is the other thing too. Oh yeah, very, very critical there, Valde. No, hashtag no layers. No layers. We're generally taking a color that is either much lighter or much darker than you would normally do. And again, this is your palette here. This other thing over here, this is a color storage device. You can see there's not many colors mixed together there, right? This is where the color mixing happens. I've been mixing green. Literally, that is green in the areas there where they have brown. So yeah, that is actually green inside those browns there. That not really happened with the acrylics. I mean, obviously, back in the day, I did that all the time. Didn't say it was an easy thing. Sure didn't go the way these did. Mm-mm. Now, yeah, Tifu, it's, well, since there's actually a bunch of folks that will actually watch this with, shall we say, younger ones. That's why we got the filter set so high. If it, since we're on YouTube, that's it. Yeah, because YouTube also, well, it can doesn't have to be a spoken word. It can find the written ones too. And that's another reason why we generally have those get purloined there by the I don't even know what you would call it. The setting. It's again, it's kind of an ultra max.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much, Martin. Appreciate that. So you're back, and so you're giving up on the whole Shadowfax relationship. I was like, dude, man, I don't know what happened to him, man. He's so grumpy. It's like, I don't know. Maybe go here might have told him that you use him as a personal Uber. It's like that is not true. It's like, dude, you got to admit, whenever you need a ride, it's like, yeah, but that app doesn't really work well. What's gonna happen here for Marin with our big Gandalf 6? It's a half a 6. That is just a nice little safe roll there for Gandalf. So Valde, the easiest way is this miniature right here. So take a look at this. See this cloak right here? You got that basically magenta into cyan, right? Basically, we took the magenta and we plopped a bunch of it here. We plopped a bunch of cyan there, and then we grabbed ourselves, well, any old, just one of these kind of brushes, and we blended them together on the figure. We did not sit there and mix endless colors of magentas and turquoise mixed together. That was one shot. Magenta, turquoise, mix it together, done. Hashtag no layers. So Tfue, if you ever want to hear spicier words or more colorful metaphors, just listen to me dealing with anything that is electronic or technology. Yes, indeed. Let's put it this way, Tfue, the Black Speech of Mordor, that's like a children's that's not even a children's nursery rhyme. That is like pre-children nursery rhyme compared to what we say. So yeah, well, now again, unfortunately, I'm still trying to rebuild all of the Twitch sessions on that new YouTube channel. And again, that is, well, we disappeared our sticker right there that has the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Again, that is where all of our previous sessions shall reside. And again, it's not ideal, but things like that search, the ability to search and the ability to make those playlists is kind of a plus. So again, now here, you can see this, that tree, everything's starting to tighten up here, right? Everything is starting to tighten. Like, see this here, that is just too, see how we just went after that little edge right there? That was way too bright, way too intense, and we toned it down. We're doing that here. We just toned that down right there. So see, we got this light dark thing going on these undulations. That did not exist about 40 minutes ago. Oh, thanks, Marin. Appreciate that. Now, Marin, on Monday, our next stream, we will be painting the next in our series of Battlestar Galactica ships. And actually, Valde, lots of that blending stuff going on here. We just plop the paint on there and then we push it around. So another Galactica ship coming up for Monday. Well, and then Thursday shall be more Spacescape. Speaking of blending, yeah, there's going to be a lot of that happening. So that will be our Thursday stream. And again, thank you so much, Martin. Appreciate you being here. And thank you so much for the follow. I mean, obviously, Gandalf appreciates all of his little hobbitses. Look at this. Look, what are you doing here? What are we doing? We talk about shadow, right? Remember how that was this light. That is not like a cast shadow as in physical light. That is me painting the shadow in. That used to be this light. Now it is this light. Volde, it's sort of a, it's a dichotomy. It is sort of a dichotomy because Let me see if we can get them for you. I think I already scrolled past them here. Let's get our new stuff here. Ah, there we go. So according to the Book of Wample, well, of course, things must be messy before they can be neat, but less is more and more is way too much. So by plopping the paint on, we mean just get enough there. Oh, and look at this. You layer oils. No, you don't. They layer themselves. And that's that same concept of you're just taking the paint, you put it on there, and then you push it around. So thank you so much, Camda. And thank you so much, Valde. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I know it's been very. Actually, Camda, I hope it's kind of exciting. Here, let me get you this there. There you go, Camden. Nice to see you there, Professor Grimm. Welcome back. Welcome back. How the heck are you doing on this Sunday morning at 3:39 a.m.? It's the old prop and push there, Rico. It sounds a little bit like that product you were using. That's yeah, the whatever that one is. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it sounds a little bit like that, right, Recoil? Now, see, again, this is something got a little verschmizzled here. We're going to de-verschmizzle this. That's also way too light. Way too light. So we have now made that. Sorry, look at this again. That's catching the light. That's getting in shadow. Those are darker. Over here, we got kind of, again, a little combo sandwich here of that needs to be darker. Like this. Thank you so much, Valde. Oh, there we're 43% of a level 1 hype train. Thank you so much, Valde. Sorry, Professor Grimm. The all-nighters are super fun, aren't they? Yeah. And well, sometimes needs are as needs must, right? And sometimes stuff just gotta get done. Let me get this in here. Also, this again here. See, look at that, and taking the. And that's the key thing about these liner brushes. Now, as a watercolorist, the liner brush was crucial. As a miniature painter, the liner brush is even more crucial, like exponentially more crucial than it was with the watercolors. And well, it kind of does that. Is there like a magical sus hour, right? Right, Professor Grimm? There's a certain portion of it where it just like you're what was that? Oh, hitting the wall. That's what the I think that yeah hitting the wall. Let me bring this in over here. A little something there again. So this should be darker blue, right? Again, shadow side. You can see here that's catching light. This down here in shadow. Better be, anyways. It better be in shadow. And again, 4 hours, 26 minutes ago, King Elessar looked just like Boromir the White Tower, because they were both primed at the same time with the same mixed up primer. Again, we took the Steiner Rose Black and the dark brown to make an even darker brown. These, again, that right here, you can see the primer on the base there is still the same as what we got here. So, again, Elessar, 4 hours, 27 minutes and 10 seconds ago looked just like that. So Valde again, and they're still. Again, I still use them on terrain other things because there are times in an emergency, especially when Adepticon rolls around. It's like, oh, here, paint all this terrain by tomorrow. Well, then all of a sudden the acrylics come along. So Grim, here's hoping that you can. Well, actually, Grim. our medicine jar is just well, actually, this is Kickstart. So this is the Mountain Dew version of Monster right here. Yeah, that's all we've been having. Not our usual medicine. We have had to abandon the usual medicine because, well, again, that whole hashtag no sleep in Wampleville thing is in full effect. Uh, all of the home repairs that we've been doing this week, well, they didn't take place instead of the work, they take place in addition to the other work. Well, and then all the garden stuff too, because well, that's supposed to be a reliable source of food for the winter time. It literally is a victory garden. Ah, that's fantastic, Professor Grimm. Now on his main here, I'm wondering. No, I was thinking of doing a little bit of lighter stuff on the underside of that man. I think we should refrain from that. Actually, we got to get his ear lighter over here. Well, Valde, again, like the Reaper minis, if you got those Bones minis or something, just again, miniatures that you don't really care about. Actually, Valde, in just a recent video, oh, do I have him? Can't quite reach him here. I was using these Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. They've been painted and primed at least 3 or 4 times in various videos. The same exact miniature. I've used them in a video, painted some stuff on them, then primed them over, then painted them again, then primed them again. What's it they always say? Imagine the audience is naked, or just imagine the oil paint's naked and they won't be scary at all. Of course, that might also leave other traumas. I'm not sure. Now, I am going to try and get a little something lighter under here. No, too much. Oh, look at this. Blending brush. Now, you ain't doing this with acrylics. Look at that. See, we got that big old, there you go, big old blob of stuff there. What we're going to do is we're going to take the color that's already there. Well, looky there. That's not a big old blob of stuff anymore. Yeah, they're never just right, Camden? There's no Goldilocks zone there. And let's get the on the edge of her sword there and the edge of the sword here. Now on this right here, I needs me some something a little different. Let me get the bring out the Prussians. Here we go. We're gonna bring out the Prussians. The most industrious but yet militaristic color on the entire palette, the Prussians. Now we're going to get some greens going here. This is our, well, it's our not radiant green, otherwise known as mixed green. That's one of your Paul Rubens colors. That's going to go there. So, there we go. Now we got light and then somewhat dark and then light. We got to go darker, I think. Yep, we're going to go darker there. We're going to go darker. We'll take, this is our indigo. Oh, but it's not going to be too dark. Bingo. Alright, okay, that represents some kind of reflection of something. Something on the ground, around it, whatevs. So here's hoping you can finish all the stuff you need to finish there, Professor Grimm. Look at that. See that extra bit of dark there? That also created that harder edge contrast. That's a thing. Especially for things like, well, metals. right? Because our cloth not going to have lots of hard edge contrast because, well, it's cloth. I spy with my little eye a place where I should be getting more dark in there. You know what? More dark down in there. Yeah. So again, now we're at 4 hours, 33 minutes, looks like. Yep, 4 hours, 33 minutes. So now we're making our blue even a little bit darker, and now all of a sudden, also too sharper. All of these edges were all kind of weird, random, haphazard, everything. Not anymore. Oh yeah, that texture paint can be, it can be finicky, right? Sometimes it's like, wow, that was fat, and like, man, it's still not dry. Come on. There we go. Oh, and oh, Papal 3D. That's right. The Urukai. I want to print those out, and I want to try to use those Urukai, and also what was it? Our Wolves of Isengard. Dirty Down. Yeah, when the oils are dry on those, we're gonna use the Dirty Down to do not just weathering stuff, but also blood things, whatever. Maybe a little bit of the saliva stuff, something like that. I figured that might be a nice little way to, well, just work out the kinks there because I'm sure there will be many mistakes made and many lessons learned with the Dirty Down, especially early on. Mistakes will be made. Everybody check out that Discord link there that Professor Grimm just shared. I'm going to have to grab me some cough drops for the Monday stream. Again, our usual medicine is not doesn't help with the voice, sadly. You know what? I'm going to try and get me a little touch of that dark over there, a little touch of it over here on the chainmail. Now you can see there's a little bit of a reddish tint there. Why? It's this. Speaking of which, blending brush time. So everybody again, check out that Discord link that Professor Grimm shared. Now this again, this is another example of oil paints different than acrylics. So reds can be really weird with the oil paints. Earth tones tend to be just kind of much easier to handle kind of in a natural basis, but the reds reds can be tricky in many different ways. The Alkyd reds, certain advantages there, but then there's certain stuff that you do lose from the regular oil paints. Up here again, we need a little more dry. They can't all just be the light. We have a lot of light there. Maybe a little more shadow there in the armor. Okay. Now let me try something again here. Let me go back to this. Nah, not light enough. This maybe. How's about we toss some of their not radiant violet in there? That might just do it. And it does. Yeah, we'll roll with that. We'll roll with that. Okay. So something lighter on his hand. Now on the face here. Let me try to get a little bit more of my skin tone back. Ooh, that's way too thick there. Holy smokes. Let's get rid of some of that. Yep, that's better. Also, again, see where her hand is on the brush? Nowhere near this metal ferrule here. First of all, Miniatures do tend to get painted faster when the brush touches the figure. So to facilitate that, we keep our hands away from the ferrule. Not on the ferrule, away from the ferrule. And see, look at I got my finger on this deal here. This is from Battlecraft Supplies. I think eventually they might start letting people get the files so they can print them themselves. I believe it's still a thing where you go to their Etsy page and you buy them and they print them for you. Again, that might change. I am not privy to when that will change. Nice to see you there, Arid. Hopefully the Gundam stream, or hopefully your stream was fabulous. Everybody please give Arid a Can't Wait for a follow. What was the thing we just had? What was the, oh yeah, it was but the pipe, oh, the pio weed. Yes. Yeah, so, poing my head in there is kind of like the pio weed, which was supposed to be pipe weed. So again, Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest link in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody please give Arid a follow. So Arid, now obviously this was a kind of a little bit of a palette cleanser there, right? Doing the Gundam as opposed to the usual jewelry things. I wasn't sure if you're gonna cycle on back to the jewelry again now. Everybody check out that Pinterest link there. The Eric and Wife shared. And again, please give Arid Wife a follow. Arid, you'll be doing your normal Friday, Saturday stream next weekend, I'm sure. Come on, get in there. There we go. I might try a little more. Oh, wait, that's it. Yes, let me get a little bit of my blue in here. Yeah, sky blue. Let's do that. So more Gundam diorama goodness on the Friday stream. So again, everybody please give Arid a follow, and that way you will not miss. You will not miss out on the... look at that. See, that's crucial. First of all, we got blue sitting around all over the place. Got to reflect that. Also, like above him, called blue sky. Probably reflect that too. Also, makes that way more interesting. That little tiny bit. That wasn't much we added in there, right? But that little tiny bit, well, that makes a difference. Oh, yeah, sure. And if, who knows, maybe somebody in the chat too will know also, Arid. Sorry, Arid, I didn't see that question right away. Oh, yeah, that's a bit more of a blue right there. Yeah. Okay. Going to do this now. Some more here. Some more there. Let's see. So Irid, now I don't know which kind of paint that was, and that can make a difference. As in, like what brand it was, or whatever, or even the type of paint. But now Camda was asking if that was enamel or not there. Now, I'm trying to think if I've seen that happen with acrylic stuff. Well, if it's kind of the house paint sort of stuff, I've seen that happen, or the more craft acrylic paints or something like that. I've certainly seen that happen. But I don't use enamel paints, so that I don't know about. Unfortunately, I think Grand Oracle is off to sleepy buys, because I think Grand Oracle is played around with the enamels. Actually, Valfera too, probably. Me. There we go. Again, we want this side to be darker than that side, right? Shadows and all that. That might be the, well, if you're asking me, as soon as I hear Rust-Oleum, I go, uh-oh. Yeah, that could be the bogeyman right there, as they say. Just, well, spray primers in general. I mean, we went away from those a long time ago, but especially the Rust-Oleums of the world and all that kind. Ooh, that could be. I mean, that is. If you want, if we're betting on placing odds here, my bet goes on the Rust-Oleum. So yeah, making it battle damage, right? Right here. That's, well, that is lemons into lemonade. So yeah, that would be my. It's like, ooh. As soon as I saw Rust-Oleum, I went, ouch. that was like, oh, nails on a chalkboard, kinda. Yeah, that could definitely lead to issues, as they say. More of our dark in there, and maybe a little more over here. You can always conduct another test there, Arid. Oh, on the sprues. Yeah, Arid, on the leftover sprues. If you want to try to, well, maybe we confirm this or something. You know what, the sprues, they're not doing nothing, right? I mean, it's not a gigantic surface to paint on, but it's still a surface. So who knows? Maybe that's something to give a try there. Nice to see you there, Thranuel. So Thranuel, I'm sure it's still the whole crazy hours of work and school, school and work, all that. Now, Thranuel, once you do finally get some kind of time to catch videos, I did do a video that compares the alkyds directly to the non-alkyd paint. So we haven't actually done a video quite like that, and now that information does reside in one place, and we will be doing others like that too. So yeah, Thranuel, I'm sure it has not been easy, and it seems like those kind of they seesaw back and forth. So yeah, Thranuel, it was a fun. Well, obviously the experiments are always fun, but that was a wild one for sure. But Arid, I'm really glad that you're getting to do these Gundams. I mean, obviously, like you were saying, it's a nice little change of pace from the jewelry and such. But it certainly does let you try some things that you might not get a chance to do jewelry wise. What do we got going out here? A little bit more of this light right here. Ah, that's fantastic, Irid. That is fantastic. Little bit of light right on that edge over there. Now let's back away from that. We're going to take this and Look at that. We just wiped away what we put on there. Didn't want to deal with it. We just wipe it away. Is that too much sky blue there? No, let me do this. Let me try this here. Some of this. Okay, now that's too much thinner. I think we got rid of just enough to make this work. Yep. Just made that work. Now for Eric, should we go lighter with this? Or should we try to go a little darker on the top? Let's try that. Let's try to go here. I'm going to take the Van Dyke Brown to do that. It's going to be tricky here. Very tricksy. Hopefully that's not getting too dark. Okay, now that is definitely too dark. Go the other way now. And they will blend together. Well, that worked out just fine. Worked out just fine. No biggie. No big deal there. You know what? I think that's his hair. Okay, yeah. That. I wonder if I should make this darker too while we're at it. Do I want... No, let me do this. Let me do this instead. Where's my green? Hopefully it's not all... Okay, good. We have greenish gray. Gotta get that over there. Also, somehow, some way, we have to get this in between the eyebrow and eyelid. And not enough. I guess we need to go a little lighter. Also, not that much thinner. Too much thinner there. That's more like it. And here's another thing. I think we've kind of worked this brush into fighting shape here. It was ironically, it was kind of fat. And just by using it, kind of broke it in. Sort of like a new pair of shoes. They're not necessarily super comfortable straight away. Sometimes you gotta break those guys in. Sometimes you need to do that with the brushes too. Alright, we're doing that same deal over here. It's sort of easier on this side. Heck, it's a lot easier to reach than the other side was. Alright, let's do this. Okay, is that... that's getting to be a bit on the muchly side there. Let's lighten you up, and now let's go Van Dyke Brown. Not too much. Come on. So we did that. That didn't quite go where it's supposed to. We'll have to take our skin tone and hit that again. And over the top. And we'll stay there. We'll leave it there. Now, okay, get this some VDB here. If anything, it should be kind of reflecting some of the hair color, right? That's supposed to be shiny metal crown. How's that not reflecting all the hair and this cloak that's around it? Is there some kind of magical anti-reflection Scotch guard there? You always wonder about that. Trying to... it's going to be too light there, maybe. Yeah, let's do this. And look at that. The offending brushstrokes have been removed. They're gone. No problem. Easy, also peasy. Now I've got another ultra micro blending brush here, which again, it's another short liner brush. However, this one has kind of seen a lot of use, and it's a little bit beat up. It's not a, as we call it, a frontline service brush anymore. But it's still good as well, like a micro blending brush, or ultra micro as we call them. A little bit of the lighter. We could put fur texture on him too. I don't think we're gonna do that. Geez, Tifu. Boy, I'm trying that. Well, let's. I'm gonna have to be printing stuff tonight, so it could get adventurous because actually our Wapelius spell brush here, unfortunately, those three vials there, those are green stuff because these printed, those did not. Well, they did. They were just like a little flat disc. Oh yeah, Thranuel, check this out. New Wapelius spell brush, Thranuel. Look at this here. Um, boom. Look at that. So Thranuel, I'm going to be trying to get this file to all the folks on the Patreon page because I made that myself in Eldritch Foundry. And that's going to be a new thing coming up there, Thranuel. Is where I try to create sculpts for videos, and then, well, I just send out the file to folks. I have no idea. Well, I don't think it's an if, but when I might do the very first army painting series with basically figures that I sculpted. That'll be very satisfying to be doing an army painting series with figures that I sculpted. And guess what? Then you would just get the files. You wouldn't have to go buy them on My Mini Factory or wherever's. Yeah, you could just have them. Now, again, the figures are more stylized. Think, especially let's say something like here, Artisan Guild. Artisan Guild figures tend to be more stylized. Titan Forge tends to be more stylized. You could even say that Printing Goes Ever On is somewhat stylized. Now, he did that because he was trying to avoid, well, the black helicopters landing on his lawn that say GW. So that's why his were more stylized. Now that he's pretty much moved away from the Lord of the Rings universe, maybe he doesn't have to worry about that so much. So thanks, Velde, for giving, again, everybody please do like Velde if you're not already following Iridicam Wife, please do that. Also give Camda Paint. Hey Camda, why don't you post your stuff in the chat again? Because Camda is starting up the streaming stuff. Yeah, Camda. I guess the easiest way, would be our football players, which would be again there would be 2 exercises for sure. It would be, well, at least an exercise in developing a color scheme, and then developing easily repeatable freehand. Actually, that might just have to happen there, Camda. That would be sooner rather than later then, because I'm actively sculpting those right now. Everybody check out the Insta link there that Camda Paints shared. And I'll try to use Camda Paints more, Camda, when I'm talking about that. I just naturally go to the Camda there, but that might be confusing for folks that they're trying to follow you there. So it might take me a while. Now on the That's gonna be no, maybe that won't be too light. This is kind of my homemade grayish green here. You can take, well, actually something like your black colors or something like that, Van Dyke brown, mix them with some kind of yellow, especially, ooh, maybe Indian yellow or even the Naples yellow. You're going to get yourself something that looks like a grayish green. Yeah, I see it here. Let me get, that's going to be too blue. We got to grade it down. But there is, we got these greaves here. We need to do a little something on those. How's about something a little lighter? Come on, right on this edge. Got it. Got it. Hoof. Too late. Micro blending brush, not the ultra micro, just the the micro blending brush. So a little something. Oh, now we're gonna go to the ultra micro blending brush, which is again, it's another one of our liner brushes, but I mean you can tell this one's all kind of stained and everything. So that's seen some action. Now for the average person, they are not going to be blistering brushes quite the way we do here. Because here it is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week of painting, whether that is on stream or videos or whatever. Regular folks, not so much. So not going to be quite the same kind of issue for most folks. I shall try. Come on top there. A little there. This is not very tidy in order. Let's try to reorganize that a little bit more. Now I guess now Camda, will you be able to do some of the commissions also on stream, or would the stream be mostly just Camda figures, if you know what I mean? That's that. I don't like that. Well, that's again, it's like you got yourself an eraser, right? Recoil. Yes, they phase in and out of existence, right? Recoil. It's also though recoil how we make our custom brushes, right? Yeah, that's why brushes like this are they resell for at least $200-300 because how many years did it take to make this brush, right? Recoil. It took years to craft this. Again, all the special features with the paint, the glue, the texture paste, the chopped up bristles right there. Again, look at that, more texture paste. That's tile grout right there. Again, brushes. Uh, the other brush had the paper towel stuck in the ferrule, which added at least an additional $50 to the value, right? Right, Recoil. So see you later, Tifu. Again, I hope you feel better. Sorry, it was a rough day. Actually, hopefully this made it a little bit less rough there, Tifu. Hopefully, somewhat less rough. Not as it was, not as still not as rough as it was for some of those top 20 teams. Not as rough. Some of them had themselves a not bueno Saturday. They had a no bueno Saturday. Yep. And of course, there's those of us that cannot wait for your North Carolina Tar Heels to play again. Oh, that is just. If you thought there was a lot of noise around the organization before, now it's a cacophony. There we go. So see you later, Irid. Thank you so much. Yeah, recoil. That was a little bit. Imagine, take a footy coach that has won, well, 6 premierships. He goes down to do like, I don't know, the VFL or something like that, or whatever. Like a minor. What is the minor league in footy? Where you actually have Footscray. There's still actually Footscray, which I guess they went to the Premiership there. Recoil, of course, not my Bulldogs, but the other Bulldogs. They went to the Premiership naturally. But imagine him going to some kind of minor league thing with all kinds of fanfare for months and for a year over, and then in his debut, as they might say, he loses by 100 points. It was that level of failure. Except it happens at the Melbourne cricket grounds and everybody's watching. Oh, that was very interesting last Saturday. Let me get a little more dark over here. And again, we cover it all on the Wampelville Sports Network. There it is. We report the news before it is news. Recoil, he redefined what the word interpretation means, right? And of course, going to a, shall we say, a southern region there, trying to put on the grumpy old man thing. Well, that's usually not how your coaches are in the South. Usually they're more like Dabo Sweeney or something like that. High energy, that sort of thing. He's not high energy. Let me see if I can do me a little bit of this lighter stuff right here. Catching a few little edges here. Is that like a... Oh, that's... No, that's still here. That is still is here. That is the wonder recoil. Yes, it did not go as intended. Again, they were going up against an unranked team as well, but again, it wasn't like losing the game would have been, a tremendous whatever, but losing by that much, and it wasn't even that close. They lost 48-14, and it could have been 248-14. Sharpen up that edge. We somehow lost that top edge there. Now we got the bottom back. Okay, there we go. So the leathers there looking a little more beefy. Just a little something something there. I'll try. I'm just looking at my reference super quick. Let me change this little deal on the tree here. So we're going to take our indigo. Our indigo here, and this branch has got to be trimmed down. Also, we need a different angle on it here. Camda, it's a fun thing because you get to show another use for the Terra Rosa besides rust and skin tone. This is really, when you think about it, Camda, this is kind of the only other way we really get to feature Terra Rosa or Venetian red, whichever you want to, or even Mars red. So in addition to everything else, right, Camda, it's a way to kind of say like, look, here's this kind of color. We typically use it for this and this, but in this situation, this is good too. Much like Camda, the first time we really discovered the magic of the asphaltum was when I was painting my Rohan stuff. And we were doing, well, it was all horsies all the time. That's basically what kind of gave us the cavalry channel there, Camda, was all the Rohan stuff. Actually, speaking of asphaltum, yeah, this is an asphaltum horsey right here on gambling there. Yep, that is asphaltum on the horsey. And I just saw that and I went, that is wild. So the legend of asphaltum was born there, Camda. Yes, indeed, on that very horsey. At least I think so. Camda, that's another one of the isms, right? I know there's the what would you say, the catalog of isms. That's got to be one of the isms there. Is that okay? That is still active. Oh, jeez. Hopefully that's not too late though. Okay, a little too much thinner there. So look at this. We're gonna do that. Mixy, mixy, mixy. Look at that. Camda, I cannot confirm nor deny that some of the other folks that started doing the stream thing, that I may or may not have heard them use the same kind of isms, to the point where I'm listening to their stream and it was actually, it was weirding me out, Camda. Because I'd said, wait a minute, I'm not streaming right now, am I? Armored Wolf has a specific regiment of punches to the face that he does to try and not have any of that happen to him because he hears it obviously too many hours every 4 days. So yeah, that is one cure there, Cam. That you just have someone punch you in the face really, really hard, and that does sometimes knock that out of your head. It's maybe not the most pleasant treatment, but it seems to work. Oh, that can be even lighter, can't it? That can be lighter. Alright, didn't think it could be. I don't know for sure we had that as light as it could be. Alright, fine, we'll make it a little lighter. So that's now that's a wise thing. Okay, so there you go. Now that's another possible treatment there, Camda. Well, actually, it's a preventative. So actually, Camda, if you kill off the brain cells, then you don't have to worry. Just kill them off in the first place, and it won't matter. So yeah, that should be a rather effective treatment right there. If you don't want to have to worry about brain cells doing weird things, just kill those suckers off before they can do any harm. Let me get a little bit lighter on this star too, perhaps. I would also like to get some of me sky blue over. We have like really dark stuff and then really light. We don't have anything in between. Well, that does go along. I mean, there is a chapter in the Book of Wapol. Who knew that it was a medical tome? But there you go. Think less, do more. I guess that. Who knew that it was like a medical guide? I thought it was supposed to be a painting guide, but apparently it also has like a medicine guide too. Alright, we're going to get some of that blue. Sky blue, that is. Sky blue in here. Okay, yeah, liking that more than just the massive amount of just dark that was there. That wasn't going to work. Yeah, those brain cells, I mean, what are they doing? They're taking up all kinds of resources and everything. Kill those things off. A little bit of our blue on that. Not so much here. Why? Because there's this chainmail over the top of that. Here, not really. See, the sky color can kind of get to that stirrup there. Over here, it's in basically shadow, so we're keeping that more on the warmer earth tone side there. So let's see. Well, oh geez, we have surpassed 5 hours on our stream. Oh, and it's 4:30 in the morning. Okay, that's why. I'm like, wait a second. That's why we've exceeded our our 4:30 time frame there. I will take here. Let me get this little bit of our. That would normally be something like, say, Perline Black, our super dark green mixed with Radiant Green. Here, I just kind of had to manufacture something. Took the indigo, a little bit of our yellow mixed with it to create the Perline Black. Then hitting it with the not radiant green. I don't know about that reflected light. Let's do something like this here. Extra little, come on, right there. And then you can't really see too much of that there. Oh, you can, sorta. Oh, reflected light on the chainmail there. Now, opposite world, we're gonna go darker here. Darker, darker, indigo. On the chainmail over here. All right. Ah, up here. That's more like it. Now, of course, I guess another way you could, you know, eliminate the brain cells. Remember lawn darts. There's so not only can you, do your treatment, you can have a whole bunch of fun along the way. Okay, I wasn't really sure what the little white thing is supposed to be. If it's anything like that crazy banner that Boromir has, with all the weird symbols in there. That was nuts. And of course, well, we'll have to do it again on this because it's the exact same banner. And again, 5 hours, 16 minutes ago, they were almost twins because they were the same color of primer. Yes, same color of primer. Let me see here. Let me do this instead. There we go. But I do think we are probably going to be heading on Brushmaster's way. Yeah, let's head over to Brushmaster. That's where we say thank you so much to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits, the subs, follows, cheers, and raids. So thanks, Camda. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, Recoil. And of course, Valde, I really hope that everything goes as easily as possible. But again, it will be a little maybe frustrating, a little learning curve at first, but just give yourself that little bit of room, right? That little room to grow, absorb the new stuff. Because there's new stuff. See you later there, Landrast. Catch you after the stream. Hope that the game was fun there, Landrast. Hope that it was very fun. So here again, this is Navarrete Studios, King Elessar. King Elessar done with the oils. So thanks again, Recoil Camda, Armored Wolf. See you later there, Baldy.